All right, good evening. I call this August, was it 25th, meeting of the Abington Conservation Commission to order. The time is 6:31 p.m. My name is Lynn Mullen, and I am the chair of the commission. I'll be presiding over the meeting this evening. This meeting is being recorded for broadcast by the Abington Community Access and Media Incorporated. Is there anyone else recording the meeting? Okay. The other members of the commission that are here tonight are Jean Matiosis, John Norton, AJ Schneider. Outside is Jim Hoyt, our new member. There he is. Welcome. And Libby Sabunjan. And then assisting the commission is our conservation agent, Nick Jenks. As a reminder, all documents that must have been submitted to the commission at least a week prior to tonight's meeting. Documents that are offered at tonight's meeting will be accepted by the commission, but the hearing will be continued to give the commission and the public adequate time to review the materials. So now I'm going to briefly explain how we're going to run the hearing tonight. The applicant or property representative will introduce themselves, come up to the podium, and provide their address. Because we have so much on the agenda tonight, you are going to be limited to 5 minutes for your presentations. The commission will then ask questions for clarification, and after that, I'll open it up to the floor for public comment. Members of the public should also go up to the podium, give their names and their address, and direct all comments through the chair. And then once we finish public comment, we'll bring it back to the commission for a discussion. At that point, we won't be taking any further questions and from the public unless we ask for them. And we may take action this evening or continue the hearing to a future date. And then finally, our recording equipment doesn't pick up overlapping voices very well. And so I ask that everyone speak one at a time during the hearing. I'm going to move things around a little bit because I know we have a lot of people here for 4454 Linwood Street. So we're going to go with that first. It is SC 0840576, notice of intent filed by MP Design Consultants to construct a 3-lot single-family home subdivision with a wetland crossing project located at 4454 Linwood Street.
Hi, Mark Alencar with MP Design Consultants. With me tonight is Matt Morrow, Project Wetland Scientist, Scott Rubin, Attorney of the project, Carlos Ferreira from MP Design Consultants, as well as the owner, Eduardo, owner of Winter Fox LLC. This is just a quick presentation we prepared to just go over kind of where we are today. The project was originally submitted 2024. It's a 9.26 acres parcel. We're going for 3-lot subdivision for half density. Initially, the project wetland alteration was about 4,219 once was first submitted. We have then obtained planning board approval as well as confirmation from the fire department that the roadway width is allowable and is okay for emergency vehicles. We have then obtained our planning board permit, and we have then come back to the planning for the Conservation Commission approval. Matt, if you want to speak about the wetland narrative and wildlife habitat.
Touchscreen, wow. Very cool. Okay, so the wetland replication plan, forgive me.
Matt, sorry, can you just identify yourself first?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name is Matt Morrow, Morrow Environmental Consulting. I am part of the development team. I'm the professional wetland scientist that they've retained to represent them in these matters. Forgive me if I'm doing this because I'll be looking at his screen and I can't see the screen with the glasses on. So the replication that we came up with was sited adjacent to existing wetlands that match the groundwater, matched elevations. They were areas that we worked out with the third-party reviewer, that would be John. We essentially put together a plan that is your standard replication plan, salvaging hydric soils, stockpiling the hydric soils, taking out the area of fill material, and filling the wetland, but putting the hydric soils and getting the replication completed first, which is usually the way I write these plans. I'm trying to be quick because I know you guys want to be really quick here. I wanted to go into the the beaver study really quick too. So I went out back in the late spring with Mary Ann DePinto, who I often partner with on issues like these, and essentially when the commission asked us to do this, part of the list that we were provided with had some literature that you guys wanted us to refer to. The one that stood out to both our attentions was the stuff in Egley and Willison study, which is kind of a fascinating read. But when we looked at the area, rather than specifically acknowledging the literature, we wanted to consider the ecological principles discussed in it when evaluating that site. Those principles actually include maintaining the vegetative corridor between aquatic and upland systems, maintaining the woodland canopy, shoreline vegetation, hydraulic, stability, trying to preserve some of the woody debris and habitat structure, and most importantly, maintaining the ecological continuity so the wildlife can continue moving through the Hunts Pond area and utilize its shoreline. So that distinction here was an important part. So the question wasn't simply whether we could identify a particular distance on a plan per se. The question was, after the project's constructed, would the Hunts Pond system continue to function as a connected wildlife habitat? The answer we felt was yes, based on our field investigations, the review of the plans, the tree inventory, and all the evidence that's been previously submitted to the commission for their review. So the existing habitat is a kind of a mixed landscape. You have mature woodland with transitional upland and wetland vegetation. You have some down trees in the area, some rocky cobble areas that have been cited actually by your third-party reviewer, seepage, micro drainage areas, and then of course the shoreline environment that's associated with the pond. Historically, there's been residential development around Hunts Pond, so it's not like a totally wild area. Portions of the shoreline to both the north and the south have been, cleared historically, off and on, clears, grows. Some fragmentation of the larger pond corridor actually currently exists. We weren't really evaluating the habitat solely by measuring a line from the pond. What we were looking at what would remain on the ground for ecological function. Specifically, we investigated the beaver habitat. We did, obviously, there is well-known and very easy to observe beaver utilization within the Hunts Pond corridor. You could see cut vegetation, you could see evidence of feeding activity and shoreline utilization and everything characteristic of beaver foraging in the area. So the question was, after this development is done, if it ever is, with what is left, would it be a sufficient beaver habitat? It would actually, the answer, our opinion was that it would, because you go as much as 164 feet away from the pond's edge with maintained wooded canopy. And it's not fragmented wooded canopy, it's contiguous wooded canopy that is adjacent to the pond. The other thing we examined based on input we received was other mammalian habitats or mammal interactions.
Mr. Morrow, I'm going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
ask you to speed it up.
Okay.
It's been 10 minutes.
I apologize. Wow, okay, I apologize. So essentially, I'll just close it up with this then. You asked us to look at other habitats. So you asked us to look at like river otter, muskrat, anything in addition to the beaver. What we did find is a habitat that, if the development goes as proposed, it would leave enough of a contiguous area where those particular mammals actually would coexist quite well. And there wouldn't be any deleterious effects to them. They wouldn't be impacted. They would still be able to utilize that area the way any mammals are utilizing it now. When we went out there, we didn't find any evidence of any denning activity by the other mammals that were named in there. But that was basically it. I mean, I suppose you have plenty of questions on it, and we'll talk about that later then. And thank you for your patience. I appreciate it.
I'll just close it up briefly. We had some talks with John Rockwell, the peer reviewer, which we have addressed the last time we had the Conservation Commission. We sent out a response to comments, to all the comments that the Conservation Commission had, as well as the final response to comments to John Rockwell's peer review. Unfortunately, he's not here tonight. And we gave a full alternative analysis report along with some figures that can demonstrate and support our analysis. Yeah, we included on the alternative analysis our financial of hardship as part of the alternative analysis by the Wetlands Protection Act. And what I wanted to iterate is that based on the first submission of the documents till now, we have substantially decreased the impervious area. This iteration of the plans, it's a new indication that we have further moved the homes from the buffer zones as much as possible. So we moved this lot 1 closer this way, so it's further away from the 50-foot buffer. We've also moved this home further away, so it's now just encroaching on the 100-foot buffer, which again, we're not touching the no-build zone with the homes. We do need to cross the wetland at the nearest location feasible. And by the direction of the John Rockwell as well, in the last meeting we held with him, he asked us to include trees and shrubs to the maximum extent so that we could meet the bylaw and attempt to have trees that will stay alive. And he mentioned that trees die and come back. That's part of growth in nature. So that's how I leave off the application. I can leave the plans up if you would like to discuss. Thank you.
All right, any questions?
Scott, do you want
Member,
to?
Sorry?
I'm sorry.
We've gone so far over that. Let's move.
I'm sure that we'll have a discussion and you can bring things
Yeah.
up and stuff. Any questions from the commission?
The alternative analysis report that was done, I remember when you first applied and the ANRAD was presented to the Conservation Commission. I think I went out there and I walked the property with Carl Garvey and Eduardo, I believe it was, the owner at the time? Yes, we walked the property together. Beautiful piece of property, and at that time, I was told that, yeah, my wife, we're gonna build a house, and my daughter wants horses up here. I'm like, oh, it's a beautiful lot for a house. And it morphed over the period between when we first did the ANRAD, and then a couple of meetings were missed, no shows, and then we were presented with the subdivision, which kind of took me by surprise. I think, looking at this property, the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction over the 100-foot buffer. We do have setbacks there for different types for homeowners and for developments. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to push it right to the limit. So my concern is basically the impact to the buffer zones. And it was one of the biggest questions that I had. When you remove all that hydric soil and the soil within a buffer zone where these houses are going to be sitting, the impact to the wetland and to the pond and to the people downstream are a very big concern for me. And I didn't feel it was answered adequately for me. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but that's one of my biggest things. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels. John,
I definitely agree with Eugene.
AJ, Libby.
Yeah, and it definitely gets me, one of the last statements they just says they met all their minimum distances. They're not meeting the 200. One house is completely in it and half of the other.
Yeah. I mean,
It's one thing when we have somebody applying on an existing house wanting to build a deck within the 200 foot. To cut clear,
replace with
replace, and then replicate within that 200 is a
Yeah, I
completely
think-
different story.
One of my comments was, the removal of mature trees, replacing with a 6 to 8 foot tall tree is detrimental to the function of the buffer zone and the protected wetlands. The wetlands will be negatively impacted by organic material removal, wind erosion, bank erosion, soil erosion, habitat loss, and degradation. Introduction of solid chemical fertilizers, petroleum, ice, snow removal, and all I got for, I believe, an answer for that was acknowledged. And I'm not sure what that was supposed to mean. So again, that just ties into the buffer zones, my concern, because a wetland needs to have a buffer. And these houses, like AJ just pointed out, you're looking at the map, I don't have it open in front of me because we're kind of tight here, but, John, I don't know if you want to share a
Yeah,
map.
let's do that.
We're going to share the map.
Or do you want to have him put it on the
Or do you want to put it up on screen?
Oh, yeah, can you
Or
put
is that
it
hard
up?
to see?
It's really kind of hard to see, it's so tiny. Yeah, and the impact to the people downhill from this, I mean, I know you've had stormwater and everything else, but they don't have problems now.
Are you
Thought Lib-
suggesting,
I'm sorry. I thought Libby had a question.
I actually, I have a statement and I have a whole series of questions, actually. But my statement is that being so new on the board, and this being such an old NOI, I have not been privy to all of the public hearings and discussions and other information in the filing. So I am prevented from really being a vote on this. However, just for educational purposes, I do have a bunch of questions I'd like to ask on the information that they've recently submitted,
Okay?
if that's okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay. Do your alteration numbers that you've reduced down to include all of the temporary construction easement areas for the crossing? Because typically even a Versalock wall like that needs additional excavation and for also the erosion controls to be placed and for the work zone. And I don't see that actually indicated on the plans for, the work zone for the footings and everything going in on the 5+ foot wall on each side.
Yeah, that's means and methods, how they're gonna do it. But we do show the limit of clearing, and these
Yeah, I'm not talking
retaining
about clearing,
walls.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about earth movement.
Yeah, earth movement. These retaining walls, and that's also part of the SWIP, and the retaining walls are blocks.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for 35 years.
Okay, no, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
However, a SWIP usually comes later. That's a
Yep.
federal EPA requirement. It's always nice, but we require a SWIP to be turned into the commission. However, you're before the commission now, which means that you need to show all the temporary alteration, including with the permanent alteration. So I don't think the square footage of alteration that you actually have measured so far includes the temporary alteration.
Yeah, I believe we have included all of the locations. Yeah, because that's the limit of clearing. We've included all of that into our calculations.
The limit of clearing is the calculation, but on the plan, it doesn't show the limit of, your limit of work on the plan is the edge of the wall. So for construction purposes, you have to put siltation control beyond
Yeah.
that, and you have to excavate for your wall footing. So,
Mark, the question that she's asking is apparently on the plans, there appears to be a discrepancy between what is actually the defined limit of clearing versus the actual limit of work, meaning construction. So whatever soil you gotta touch, she's saying isn't quantified exactly enough. There's a difference between what you clear out and what you dig out.
No, I
That's
understand,
what
yeah.
She's trying to.
what sheet do you have up there? You got the grading plan up there?
Yeah, no, we had the grading plan up there. Yeah, this is the grading plan here. Not sure if it showed up yet. I think it's lagging a little bit. There you go.
I want to see those.
I've got scale plans. I can't.
Feel free to flip it at me.
I'm gonna flip it over. Flip it over.
I am not.
121 maybe? Sheet 121. Sheet 121, what Libby's looking at if anyone's trying to follow along.
121.
It's also RC. Phil?
Do you guys want to open that up to 121?
121.
Yeah.
John?
I'm trying to just make,
Share the three
make
of us.
assurances
Okay.
Yeah,
that
and
it's
it's also
included in
fill
your,
in that
in your
area.
2,000 plus square
Yeah,
foot.
no, it's okay. I'm also, I'm coming up now. This area is fill, where it's coming through here. So they will probably set Carlos,
See?
he's a master at the construction site better than I am. But the way they will do it is they would, set the stone walls, and then they would come in with fill to make this area to the crossing, I assume. So it's a fill area. We're not talking about a cut. So not a lot of, sorry that I touched this, not a lot of earth moving and happening in this
I
area.
understand that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the footprint. I want to see the footprint calculations for all alteration area. So clearing, earth movement, erosion control, setting, the whole thing. And want to make sure that your calcs for alteration include both the temp and the perm.
You do account for that on the plan. It's to the limit of the disturbance that we're, you're gonna stake out that on the property.
I think,
That's.
so you gotta come up to the mic if we're doing,
And introduce yourself, too.
Carlos Ferreira from MP Design Consultants, I'm the engineer. So like when we lay out the limit of disturbance, that's the edge of like the contractor has to work on it. He cannot exceed that area on it. So we're gonna go over there, stake out, he's gonna have.
So your
silt fence on it.
alteration calcs are based on
On
that.
that, yes.
Okay,
And
that's-
That's the area that he has to work. He cannot exceed that.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. I wasn't clear from you if you had to go, because you've reduced your alteration and, since you've been to the planning board, so is your definitive approval on the old
No.
layout or on this new one?
Yeah.
On the June?
With the change from planning board approval to now was just shifting of the home. That's it. And then,
Shifting of what?
so we shifted the
We didn't
whole,
change the
we
property
didn't
lines.
change the property lines. We did not change anything related
I'm not talking
to,
about the property lines. I'm talking about the crossing.
we have not
for the
changed
roadway.
that since the planning board approval.
Since the planning board approval.
Correct.
So that was approved on the smaller amount of wetland alteration?
No, I think you're, so this, the plan that we have currently shown here, it was approved from the planning board with this amount of alteration to the wetland, the
That was my question.
2,914, correct.
Okay. So you don't have to go back for anything at this
No.
point? Okay. So do you anticipate as part of your SWIP having to put any temporary construction stormwater basins in around to control any erosion on any of the site?
I don't believe so.
I know you have stockpile areas shown.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard because
controls.
of the, in accordance to US EPA, you can really put temporary sedimentation basins within 100 foot of the wetlands. So given the site constraints, it's tight, so I think the erosion control, just like any Mass DOT work, once they do the crossing of wetlands or natural resource areas, you try to stabilize the site with erosion control, silt fence, and continuously monitoring that.
And you're not using your stormwater infiltration basin for any kind of temporary control or anything?
No, no. I mean, maybe that's part of the SWIP, but we're not using anything of that like that
Well,
yet.
if it was part of the SWIP and you were going to do that under the mass stormwater control guidance, you would have to afterward completely reconstruct it. You'd have to
If
dig
we
it
were
out
to
and
do it, right?
reconstruct
Yeah.
it. Do you by any chance know what your separation is between the bottom of that basin and your groundwater is?
Yes, we did include a test pit. It was witnessed by John Rockwell. It's on sheet C121.
That's what I've got from you.
It's on the bottom left corner.
And so what's the separation difference between the bottom of that and groundwater? I don't have the advantage of looking at your hydro
That's okay. The stormwater
calcs,
report, yeah.
so, your report.
Yeah, bottom of stone is at 126. And again, all this was peer-reviewed as far as the stormwater regulation and bylaws in accordance to Abington during the
Yeah, I'm
planning board
just curious.
process, yeah.
It's 2 feet, which is the rule.
Yeah, I believe
is
it's,
2 feet?
I believe it's actually more than 2 feet,
Okay,
yeah.
but at
it's-
least two, okay.
Yeah, it is minimum 2.
I'm a little
Wanna let them know?
confused about the two replication
Can we go
areas.
back to that a little bit, if you don't mind, Libby? Sorry.
Sure.
I'm just kind of looking at my own notes, and maybe this isn't relevant or wrong, but I saw in the planning board minutes, the engineer discussed the water table and an approximately 30-foot drop on site.
30-foot drop on site. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
30-foot drop on site.
I'm not sure
I
that,
would assume that means from the road down to the,
yeah,
Right.
that's about 30 feet
it is,
from the road to the wetland.
yep, a slope down.
Okay, thanks. Libby, please continue.
Okay, thank you. The BVW replication area, the little 600-foot thing over there.
It's not my jurisdiction. Matt Morrow.
Well, you could tell me at least about how it was anticipated to be accessed as opposed to the larger one. And, I mean, it looks like it's down a fairly steep slope, and it's kind of like this little blob over there. And to access that, you might be going through additional vegetation, and I'm wondering if it's even worth it.
What are we talking
She's talking about the
Replication area one.
Oh, replication area 1.
So the areas over here kind of, you get a little bit more level.
Matt, if you can just go to the microphone,
I'm
please.
sorry.
It makes a big difference. I know it
Yeah, I
seems silly in
keep
person, but
No, actually, it makes total sense. I apologize. So this area over here actually flattens out. It's a little bit easier to travel. It's less heavily vegetated than the rest of the site. So it's actually more accessible as far as a replication standpoint because there's not a lot of like vegetation destruction or overstory that you have to do to access it.
However, right near the 600, you've got a fairly steep slope, so you anticipate going along from the other one over there? I'm looking from a construction realism point of view.
No, understood. Like I said, I'm sorry. I mean, I walked all of this site, this area right here is actually, it's not as steep a drop as it looks in the plans. I'm not sure why, but I remember walking this area myself and thinking this is a good area to get to it. It's very thinly wooded. It's a little bit flatter. It was just a lot easier. The original site was just not viable, in my opinion. It was too rocky. It was,
But you have another area, which is
are you
the
talking about maybe moving it over?
5,434 square feet.
You're
area.
talking about maybe moving it over and expanding it?
Either expanding it there or, I don't know how the board feels about these things, but
So
sometimes,
I can catch you up a little. on the record, I can never pronounce it.
Replication?
Yes. So that's the third rendition of it, I believe. The first rendition, it was all, where they showed us they were gonna do it, ended up being wetlands. Then the second one put buffers into all of the abutters' properties that currently do not have
Right.
buffers. So this is what they came back with as that rendition.
I'm
So
just,
to go on to the history a little bit, Commissioner, so what happened here was we were asked to investigate the area where the replication was, and that was when I was first brought onto the project. So I went out with the third-party reviewer because the rest of this wetland was locked under an ANRAD. But what we found when I went out there with Mr. Rockwell was that there was an area that wasn't accounted for in the ANRAD. And it was actually a local bylaw because it was isolated. But the soils, the vegetation, it was pretty unmistakable as to what it was. He and I both went out there, conducted an assessment, and marked that area out. So it became, I told my team, the area you have marked as replication is already wetland, so you can't use it. As far as adding buffer zones are already there because the area is a wetland, so the buffer zone already extends anyway.
Yeah, there was some, at some point in it, that were gonna be created into neighboring properties.
So, just to make sure
yeah,
we're
I'm
clear,
just looking at it
didn't
from a
change the
biological
ANRAD.
point of view.
We found an actual area that wasn't accounted for in the ANRAD, which is why it was added to the plans. Because at that area, it's this boundary that was locked, it wasn't anything over here, so.
Okay, I think you guys are missing my point. My point is, for 600 square feet, putting it over there, could it just be added to this other one?
That's what I just
Or-
asked you earlier, do you want to add
or-
it to the other one?
Well-
That's fine.
It's not up to me. It's just I'm asking you the viability of adding it to the other one and not having to traverse through additional land and put something over there that's all by itself 600 square feet.
No, I think that's very viable. And then, yeah, you'd save this area from being traversed at all. And that's an excellent point.
Option.
It's not a bad option, honestly.
I'm jumping to a different sheet in the plans from, at this point. I'm looking at your landscape plan, it's C-141.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, we have two landscaping plans.
Yeah,
One
there's
is-
two sheets.
Yeah, one is for the planning board jurisdiction. The planning board governs anything on tree regulation outside the buffer zones. And the Conservation Commission has their own tree bylaw, which governs everything inside the buffer zones. So it was, I believe it was a comment from the Conservation Commission to help read that better. So what we did is we separated into two sheets and call it a roadway landscaping plan. And we call it a restoration plan,
Okay,
tree restoration plan.
I didn't ask my question yet, so you just kind of went. off
No,
on
I'm sorry,
a
I just wanted to
tangent.
explain the reason why two sheets are there.
That's fine. So on sheet 141, your roadway landscape plan, there is a plant list and schedule, and it didn't, just says roadway plant schedule. And it's got like winterberry, swamp azalea, red maple, and black oak on it. But it doesn't really, I'm concerned with those species being put up on the plan in areas that aren't necessarily as wet without adequate moisture and organic soil content for those particular species, that's all. That's an issue. If you intend to plant those. On your erosion prevention notes on C501, you have an item in there, the item 6 and 7, talking about removal of material on your erosion controls, waiting until it's 50% high. And that's probably a SWIP requirement, But 50% is too high. You really should go for 25. If you intend to actually control anything that's moved. Because once it's at 50, you don't get on it, it's gonna move anyway.
Yeah.
So I would change that note and not just rely on SWIP. Again, I don't have your hydro calcs with me. Do you off the top of your head know what your emergency spillway on your basin is set for? What is your overflow event? What's your storm event? What's the design event for?
I don't from the top of my head. I can pull it up.
I mean, is it a 100-year event or lower? Are you talking 25, 50?
Usually, the spillway never gets active on.
I think it's only a 100-year event.
It's 100?
I believe, don't quote me on it, I don't know. I
Okay.
believe it's to the 100. But I can pull up the HydroCAD. I can let you know.
Excuse me. I apologize for my coughing. I'm coming off pneumonia. Can I move on, or are you still looking?
Nope.
Are you, okay. Sheet C502, it's one of the detail sheets. It's the one that has your wetland replication area on it. For some reason, your detail has an impermeable layer under it. And a protective soil layer. Typically, those are put on where you have a contamination issue underneath. So I'm not sure you used the right detail.
Yeah, we can adjust that.
You gotta fix it. Yeah. Or else your contractor's looking at something he shouldn't be building. So on the infiltration chambers, the Caltex for the homes, those would be the, I didn't even tell us the size of them. Are those gonna have a visible clean out for them, maintenance clean out for them?
Yes, they will have inspection ports and cleanouts, yeah.
Right, but they're gonna be at surface level so they can be
Yes.
seen and the homeowners will actually know they're there and need to
Yes.
clean them?
Yes.
That's always an issue. They end up getting paved
Buried.
over, buried, or grassed over, and nobody knows them, and the third owner wants a
What they have.
certificate of compliance,
Yeah,
and they have no idea they're even there.
yep.
Who's maintaining the R360 HD system, the big Caltex system?
The big
Is that
ones,
the town?
Street.
Is that gonna be the town that's gonna
Within
maintain
the
that?
public right of way.
Is the intent for the subdivision to get subdivision acceptance, road acceptance, and it be maintained, or?
I believe that was discussed during the planning board, and I believe that is the intent. And Scott, if you remember, if there was any further discussions, I can't tell right now, yeah.
Otherwise, a homeowners association would have to get created, and they'd be responsible for cumulatively maintaining something like that.
I believe the project was approved
Yeah,
to eventually get accepted by the town.
Okay.
Assuming all the conditions are met and it's built correctly.
Okay.
It's gonna be a winter nightmare.
Well, it should function and be maintained so that it actually doesn't have a winter problem with it. That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
And my other big comment is looking at the potential for erosion on the slopes on each side of the wing walls for the crossing. On the Linwood side, where those slopes are pretty steep, and I'm concern that just having the erosion control at toe of slope isn't necessarily going to be adequate for final stabilization, and that you should be looking, I mean, it says that matting is required over a particular slope size, but those might not quite meet that slope size. So I would consider putting matting on those slopes anyway,
Yeah,
in the meantime,
yeah,
especially
yeah. Well, we did
for
include-
winter stabilization, depending
Yeah.
on when you're building.
Yeah, what we did include too, after our peer review meeting with John Rockwell, was some shrubs to actually help with the final stabilization of the slope.
Yeah, that's a longer term stabilization.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a real problem on a slope like that, those will just pop right out
Mhm.
until they're, you got a root system that's like
Yep,
2 or 3 years old.
yeah.
So I would put a note in, or put some requirements into your construction notes that those slopes have matting and be stable. Not just
In the plan now.
in the plan now.
Yep.
I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions. So, before we get into things like the replication, stream, stormwater, seeking a financial return, et cetera, like that, we asked you for a 3-home alternative and an analysis of 3 homes outside the 200-foot buffer, 2 homes, and then another home, right? So we don't see a plan for a 1 home, and we don't see a plan for 3 homes outside the 200-foot buffer. Can you tell me why?
So, as soon as there's a big cost analysis to build the road, and then there's only one way to get to this parcel with that road. And the moment that, on any analysis, the cost of building the road, plus 1 home, surpasses the cost of we're not gonna sell a home over there for $5 million. So why
let's take-
even go that route?
Okay, so where is it in the bylaw that we have to take cost into consideration? Or our regulations? Because there is a part where you say, I'm trying to find the exact word that you use. Okay, so the exact wordage was, the feasibility needs to be determined by cost, existing technology, and logistics in light of the project purpose. Did that come from the bylaw or the Wetlands Protection Act?
No,
Do you know where it came from? Because it rang a bell for me.
No, I don't know where
Okay,
it comes.
so that's from the Rivers Protection Act, the exact same language. And that has only to do with riverfront.
The Wetlands Protection Act also has, as alternatives, it includes financial feasibility.
Really?
Yeah,
Where?
right?
No,
You can pull it up.
We'd like to see that, please.
yeah.
If you could show us, that would be great.
Sure, yeah.
No, I mean, and it's not in our bylaws, which supersede state laws, right? So are you trying to borrow that by analogy from the
No,
Rivers Protection
we're not trying to
Act?
borrow anything, no.
Okay. So you know that even if you were borrowing it and you want to use the framework of the Rivers Protection Act, therefore, you would also be having to be following what they say about costs?
Yeah, we all understand that Hunts Pond is not a river,
Right.
right? It doesn't have the protection of the river. No, this is not something that we were trying to borrow from it, no.
Okay. Because I'm just saying that even if you did go that way, when they talk about costs, they're not referring to the cost before you get, it has to, all the costs are from after an order has been given. And profits are
I really don't
not.
understand where we trying to go in here. So we have a proposal for 3 lots. right? I mean, and we've, as a developer, or representing the developer, and here, the owner of the parcel, if like developing 2 lots doesn't make financial sense, then, I mean, the only option for him is to withdraw, or you guys need to deny the plan for 3 lots.
Well, I'm trying to understand everything, but we have to apply the Wetlands Protection Act, we have to apply our bylaws, we have to apply our regulations. And our bylaws say that we are required, it's not a, may go ahead and look at avoidance alternatives, but we are required to first look at avoidance, then minimization, and then any mitigation.
You
So
can't. Yeah.
we were asking for these alternatives so we can say, is there something you can
Yeah,
do with this property?
we-
And you admit, I'm sorry, I'm still speaking.
Yeah.
You admit that a one-house frontage alternative would avoid the wetland crossing. So why wouldn't we say, okay, that's the one that
Let's
has
take
the
up
least
the court
damage to the
case.
wetlands?
That's what also comes up. It's
We
it's
actually
also a
asked
frontage
for that
issue, and it's an issue with the waiver with the planning
alternative
board,
plan,
if you want to bring.
Reducing the impact areas
I don't-
passed in May of 2025.
I don't believe one lot complies with zoning.
Scott, can you just give your name?
Oh,
It's your first
sorry.
time up this time.
Yeah, Attorney Scott Rubin, 71 Legion Parkway, 3rd floor, Brockton, Mass. So
Appreciate it, Scott.
they didn't present the one lot alternative in a plan form primarily because it doesn't comply with frontage. So it's a zoning issue, number one, right?
Yes.
They didn't show me the layout, but they said the frontage was insufficient to provide, so it's less than what's required for frontage, which would require us to go to zoning to reverse the plans, because we have 2 lots that exist now, and go to a 1-lot configuration. So I don't think the board can require us to go for a variance for an alternative analysis. And secondly, I think the 1-lot required a different road. I think
No, it would-
didn't require a different
No,
road
it would be a
construction or not?
driveway, but the
Would be a
frontage is
driveway.
the waiver. And then also doing 3 homes outside the buffer zone would also require waivers with the planning board to, for the roadway length, and even the and the radiuses for the fire apparatus.
Right.
Which is also a waiver with the planning board, and that's
Right.
not, how do you want to say it with the court?
So I was looking at what you had submitted in terms of this case, the Holland versus Wellfleet. I don't know if anybody knows about that particular case. So there was a really big, expensive home in Wellfleet right up against the beach. They wanted to put up a seawall up there, but Wellfleet has very strict bylaw regarding no feasible alternatives for putting up a bylaw, for putting it up, and they rejected it. And so this is the court case, the decision. They denied it, it went to court, and this is the decision. And it said, the commission denied the modified NOI, including the plaintiff failed to show no feasible alternative because the plaintiff made no attempt to seek zoning variances. In order for an applicant to justify the no feasible alternative requirement, the bylaw does not require an applicant to seek or to be denied a zoning variance. The bylaw requires only a showing the alternatives are not feasible, that is, that the alternative is not reasonably likely.
Right.
And then it was remanded back to the commission to evaluate and consider the no feasible alternative bylaw in view of whether the alternative is reasonably likely under the circumstances. So I was looking in the, what's it called, Axis GIS of Abington, and I noticed that there's the sewer easement there, but there was also a driveway easement that was on that plan. Were you guys aware of that?
That there is an easement to what? I'm sorry.
That if you go on the Axis GIS, and they show, it's for Abington, it shows sewer easement and then a driveway easement that goes from Linwood, and it actually follows the sewer easement path.
What would be,
There is a
what's the
sewer
point?
easement
I guess
there,
is what's the
Well,
point?
I'm getting there. Promise, I'm long-winded, I like to hear myself talk, but I am getting there. Okay, so, when you look at the deed, it seems like the 2 lots have been conveyed for the past 20 years together for multiple buyers. And there is a plan that was filed with the Registry of Deeds. And did you look at that original plan?
I believe we have seen a previous version, but I don't recall that version specifically.
Okay. So on that, it says, a zoning variance was given for frontage in 2006. That was with a now stricter version of the law, which I don't know if you guys heard about last month, that went into effect for zoning. So it is actually relaxing a lot of the requirements from shall to may in terms of housing, right, Nick?
Yeah, practical difficulties now
Yeah.
the burden for
Yeah.
a variance.
And are you asking for to be off-site? Is that still part of the proposal? No. Okay. And you haven't quite finished going to planning though, right? You still have to go back. It wasn't totally
It
approved.
was totally approved
No, because they said in the
with the
meeting minutes, it
conditions
said
of
that-
filing the
speaking?
last plans.
I'm speaking. It said in the meeting minutes that you still have to come back because it was contingent upon our approval for the trees, and you had some stormwater things too.
I don't think that's changing substantively the plan as approved.
I
If we
don't
have to
know.
come back with something related to trees, I mean, that's we're not asking for tree mitigation anymore. So, I mean, I guess however you frame the issue, whether we had a previous variance that no longer is valid because it wasn't acted upon timely,
Right.
however you frame the new variance statute, our position is your bylaw requires simply to say, to review whether it's feasible or not. It clearly is not nearly as strict as the Wellfleet bylaw at all, number one. Number two, any suggestion that we would be required legally by this commission to go before another board to request what is clearly a discretionary permit after we've had approval. And on top of that, we have a low-density bylaw that this town is already, that this subdivision meets. So you already have a policy that Abington has said, if you come before the planning board and reduce the density of your project and your development, you can do this as of right. So to suggest that we would be pushed back to a zoning board case when the town has already put a bylaw in effect in which we can produce this development as of right is not going to be upheld, in my opinion. If that's the decision that this commission makes, is that we would be required to go back to another board to get a variance, that it's well within your right to do so, but I don't believe that's sustainable, because we could be back with, I mean, are you gonna give us a list of variances that we have to request? It could be an infinite number of variances that we could have, and we could go in front of the board and say, here's the list of variances that we would like, and then we could come back and you say, well, you didn't ask for A, you didn't ask for B, you didn't ask for C. We could play this out infinitely, and so I don't believe that's the way this board, this commission should be reviewing this project, and I don't think that that's for us to have to go back to go to zoning board when the town has a bylaw that this project is as of right is not reasonable, and it's not fair.
I was just saying in terms of reasonable, is it reasonable to think that if you had to go back, you would get it? But you're
doesn't-
right, zoning has nothing to do with us. We just have to deal with the Wetlands Protection Act
Right.
in our bylaw, so we're just gonna go with that.
Right.
Is the avoidance a one home, even if a one home with a driveway with a crossing, is that less of an impact than a three home with a road?
That is also, again, to what just Scott was saying, the lot doesn't have the minimum frontage requirement.
If it's not a feasible, rational
Here's the table.
conversation point, then we're talking in hypotheticals.
Then we will move on and we will just talk about the Wetlands Protection Act and our bylaw. But our bylaw talks about first avoidance, then minimization, then mitigation. All right, and I think, AJ, you wanted to say something?
AJ, just make sure.
That's fine if it doesn't make sense. We asked for it. Why isn't it in writing back that it does not make sense for us to produce this
We,
for X,
we
Y, and
did.
Z?
We
No,
put
you
it,
did not.
we did. We put in the alternative analysis that says that we can't, it would require a variance, and therefore it's not a tenable circumstance. So if it's something that we can't bring to you, okay, then it doesn't make sense to, it's not feasible. We only have to give you what we think are feasible alternatives. If you tell us that we have to produce a laundry list of not feasible alternatives, it makes no sense for us to say to you, let's do a configuration that is 10 lots, and we don't comply with frontage, but we can give you that alternative, but it doesn't make any practical sense. Feasibility has to incorporate some kind of common sense that we put in writing. I don't know if you have the alternative sheet. We put in writing why we don't think the other lot configurations matter. And so, for us to tell you we can reduce the mitigation on the wetlands if we produce one lot, that's fine, but we don't have the ability to do that. You can ask us, and we can ask for a one-lot approval, but we physically, it doesn't do anything for us. We'd have to go back and ask for a zoning variance in order to do that.
So let me ask you a question,
Jean's got a
sir,
question.
because I don't understand you saying that you don't have the frontage, but yet you got a frontage for a road. The road could be a driveway. We've had other situations in town with lots,
Everybody, one person at a time.
Gene, go ahead.
lots where there's 12 acres, they did a 600-foot driveway, and they have a single-family home out there. And you're telling us that you don't have
The driveway, I believe, the length of driveway that was required, I don't believe was compliant.
I don't think we have a requirement that says a length of driveway has to be
So-
X amount.
Yeah.
Nick, you would know better than I would. Do we have
The
a,
lot, no, if I may, the lot frontage is 92 feet, okay?
yep,
For a lot to be built, to be buildable, Nick probably understands that, you need to create frontage. The way you create frontage is by doing a new road, okay? For a single driveway to go on Linwood, it's not allowed under zoning, period. It does not have frontage. It's only 92 feet.
If you're talking about bringing a driveway in off Linwood, it's not
It's
a
not
legal
a
lot
legal
until
lot,
we
yes.
build a subdivision road.
Correct.
That's approved so that we can establish the frontage for the 3 lots.
Yes.
So again, a feasibility alternative has to not only make sense, it has to be legally constructed, and I don't think the commission can require us to approve a plan that is non-functional, that requires us, yet another board would have to approve. One that hasn't even been involved in this at all. We haven't been in front of zoning at all.
okay. But yet, back in 2006, there was someone, not you, but some developer tried to have a driveway and they got a zoning. Do zoning variances expire?
Yes,
Yes,
if
How
they're
long
not
are they?
acted on.
it's
2
a
years.
one,
I'm just asking, he's a zoning enforcement officer, so that's why I'm asking him, sir.
It can be 2 years with an extension. It's long expired.
Okay.
A variance isn't worth the paper it's on anyway.
again.
So if you're not gonna do the one house option, which would be less environmentally harmful, why not do the 2 houses? With the road?
Yeah. With the roadway cost, with the 2 lots, for the size that, this is a 9.26 acres of parcel of land. We understand there's natural resource areas, but nothing in the bylaw says that you cannot build within the 100-foot buffer. We're respecting the 35 no-build buffer, and we are doing that, and we're also doing our stormwater management, which is to mitigate the long term of the parcel. That has been peer-reviewed by the planning board peer reviewer, approved with all the standards of Mass DP as well as the standards of Abington. So the 2-lot configuration just don't make sense.
And it doesn't change the crossing.
Doesn't change the.
And so the difference there's no impact on the wetlands between the 2 lots and the 3 based on the configuration with the road. So why if we're talking about impact on the wetlands, there's really no appreciable difference between a 2-lot and a 3-lot. That's our
But they're-
analysis.
all those houses are within either a 100-foot buffer of one thing, or a 200-foot buffer of the pond, or a 100-foot of a different one. You got
Right,
it
but-
right on the edge, and
Okay.
if we say, okay, getting, one house away, so that you have more of the buffer zone, that is going to have an environmental, more positive impact.
We think it's jurisdictionally approvable and jurisdictionally sound, and it meets the bylaw. And so if you say that you can't be that close to a line, there's a reason for the line. There's a line for a reason. We're not crossing that line. We moved the homes further away to lessen the impact, and now there's a concern that we did that. Every move that we attempt to take to try to mitigate the impacts, there's some issue with it. We're doing the best that we can to try to reduce the impact. Considering the size of the site, I think it's under 3,000 square feet is the wetlands that we're actually taking, that we're actually removing and we're replicating. We're talking less than 3,000 square feet on a 9-acre site. 3,000 square feet just to get over the wetland crossing.
And how much of the
so-
buffer is going to be destroyed and removed by putting the houses where they are? What's the calculation?
We can provide you that calculation, but there's nothing that prevents us from building in the buffer zone.
We have jurisdiction over the 100-foot buffer and the 200-foot buffer.
Yes, no, we understand we
So, I
have
mean,
jurisdiction.
and I think I've stressed this over and over and over, this is my biggest pet peeve. When you strip out everything that's in there to put hard surfaces, driveways, homes, what's the impact? And you've tried to present to me, and I'm still not convinced. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a regular person serving on a board, but common sense prevails with me. It's like if you try to put in a lawn and you dig out all the nice soil and you try to put sand in there and grow a lawn, it doesn't work. One of the other things that bothered me is that on the list of questions that we had given you in March, I had taken your answers and I had called DEP in the Southeast Regional Office as it relates to the shoreline and how it needed to be mapped, as well as the high water, where you used, I believe, satellite. And the person I spoke to at Southeast DEP, I didn't get his last name, but his first name is Wayne. He actually giggled at me and said, tell them to go out and do it the way they should. Get a rowboat, get a kayak, get out there, get it mapped, because it should have been mapped. I'm just repeating what DEP says. They're our authority over us. They're the ones that write the rules. So if I'm getting that kind of a response from DEP, who do you think I'm going to believe?
Going with DEP as well. They also review these plans and they had no comments provided back to us.
Well, that was my conversation when I called DEP, when you gave us the answers on these. So again, that's what I base my decisions on too.
DEP isn't going to look at your plans and make a judgment call. They're going to look
they
and
do.
see for major
They do provide comments if
discrepancies.
there are major discrepancies.
I've been doing this in this role for a long time, and I talk to DEP all the time. I know what's going on. So in terms of the boundary, we are talking about that knowing the exact pond boundary is going to be important for determining what the actual buffer distances are. And our peer reviewer raised a concern about determining the historical water condition without a stream gauge. So the question, because we've been in a drought for so long, 2024, is whether what has been done is actually a reliable enough boundary to make a finding. So I'd like to know, how did you verify the pond boundary against some long-term or historical water conditions? So did you check pre-drought aerials? Did you look at historical water information?
Matt was the one that dealt
Photographs?
with, I'm sorry, I
Go ahead.
finished. Matt was the one that dealt with that with John Rockwell in the field. And I believe, I just want to iterate one thing, is that Nick, last time we were here, You said, Conservation Commission, provide all the comments to us. And that's what keeps happening. Every time we come back, there are new comments, and this iteration just keeps
This
going
was
back
her
and forth.
comment from
That was
last
my
time.
That was from last meeting.
That was from the
Yeah,
last
and
meeting.
what we have said is that they agreed in the field that that is a non-accessible area. You would actually be going under a boat to try to flag locations where you could actually get stuck.
And I took your answers and I went to DEP and he laughed and said, have them do their job.
Matt, I
I mean,
don't know
I don't know what to say. I'm
Yeah.
not here to argue. I'm just telling you what was said to me.
Yeah.
Okay? That's all I'm saying. DEP is the authority that writes the laws for the state. That's all I want to say. I don't want to debate, go back and
Yeah.
forth. Well, they told us this, well, I told you that. I don't want to do that.
Okay, I think like we provide like enough information and to the board. I mean, you guys have certainly your opinion. I would like to close this, you guys vote
We
on
have
it
the
and then,
public that we
and then,
want.
and then we
We're
go.
not done. I still have a lot of questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We want to make sure we get all these things addressed, right? Okay, so if we don't know what the the pond boundary really is, then how much confidence can we have in the actual buffer zone? And then I want to also talk about wildlife habitat. Okay, let's see, where were questions? So we talked about, where is it? I think I messed up my thing. Okay. Getting there. Okay. So we were talking about we got a simplified wildlife habitat evaluation, and it had noted that the broader woodland and wildlife corridor around Hunts Ponds remains fully functional after development. So what, Mr. Morrow, did you measure to reach fully functional, and what would have to change for you to conclude it was no longer fully functional?
Mark, can you move this plan over? Can you move this plan over? Can you move this plan this way?
To see the pond.
You don't want to see the pond? Yep, that works. So you have edge pond here that was mapped as prescribed by the methodology that would require the evaluation of, I'm sorry.
You can turn that towards you, Matt, and then you can
Yeah.
always stand and,
Well, you know, it's a loud Italian in me, I figure I just carry it. So, all right. This area here, yeah, I was cognizant of the drought, but you do look for things like leaf staining, past erosion. That's what I looked for when I marked the high water mark of the pond. I had John look at it. He didn't seem to have an issue with it. This area over here was difficult to traverse. And rather than going and renting a boat, what we did was we basically estimated
Right,
conservatively.
that's one of the things that I had talked to DEP about. I said, they only mapped the portion where the houses were going and not the entire area, and they said to me that the whole area should have been done. So I'm again, just pointing out what they said to me.
Yep, and I estimated the area around the marsh as edge of pond, because when the pond gets flooded up, that marsh is gonna get inundated, so I just included that as edge of pond. Whether or not it was marked sufficiently in the plans, I mean, I'll re-examine it, but I tried to stay conservative in the estimate because of the ability to try to reach the edge. You go in, I don't even know if you could navigate in that area right now, to be quite honest, but, and it's something I suppose I can re-examine. As far as habitat continuity, you're leaving a very large amount of canopy. This is canopy here, this is canopy here, this is pond edge here. I mean, we're going out with forest canopy as far as 164 feet from edge of shoreline. It is contiguous, it is being left in the current condition that it is now. You would have your no-touch buffers apply. We were proposing to memorialize that with markers. we've offered the commission an opportunity to expand those markers past the 50-foot line. You're cutting into here and you're cutting into here. You're not clear cutting the whole lot. You're not clear cutting down to the shoreline. You're maintaining a very large and contiguous canopy around this very sensitive area of wet. You've got this area over here, which is kind of like the terminal end, I guess I could put it, of that wetland. We're maintaining hydraulic connectivity, and we're adding replication area. And then your buffer zones, again, would be memorialized. So you have areas that are going to be left intact, areas that they're currently utilizing. From the examination of where the beavers are actually foraging and gathering food, they're not going all the way up the slope. They're staying confined within a 60-foot area, which was one of the reasons why I recommended that not only you memorialize the 50 feet, you go up a little bit more and memorialize it as a permanent no-touch zone over and above what you may already have as permanent no-touch zones.
Right, so let's get into that a little bit. So we had given you this Stoven Egley paper and asked for comments specifically upon their findings about what the minimum buffer widths would be. So do you expect that there was nothing in there discussing that? It was more like, well, we agree with the ecological principles in the paper, but it was silent about what those minimum buffer widths are. Those minimum buffer widths that they came up with as a recommendation was 50 meters, which is about 164 feet, but that was considered to be a minimum. So I asked for a reconciliation of why you were going to say something is different. And
if I may.
absolutely.
So, I'm doing it again. Sorry, guys. Plus, I'm talking with my hands again. Okay, so in that particular paper, what they had was, the way the paper was written, and you read it, it was a recommendation. They basically said, in an ideal world, this is what we had. They also said in the paper that the world is not an ideal place. Things could change between site to site. And although they'd like to see more of a boilerplate of that, they realize it could be a little different. So you have to examine sites for what they are. So when we went out there and examined, we examined what's out there for the critters right now. We didn't find any evidence of denning of any other organism. There is obviously a long and storied history with Hunts Pond. It goes, like, from what I read, like 150 years back as far as the legend of the beavers around here. When you look at what they're utilizing on this habitat here, they're not utilizing in its current condition. They're not going up 164 feet. They're utilizing what's most efficient for them. Leaving this area, and that's basically what Stolfi was saying. Ideally, this is what you'd like to see in an ideal world. Practical world, when you're on a site, look and see exactly what they're really habitually using, and that's what we found. And that's what we based that conclusion on.
So what makes you think they'll always just stay in that area? Let's pretend that it doesn't get developed and they're always going to be there. So they're never going to go beyond that point. That's
Okay,
what you're saying.
So there's been a history here of about 150 years, okay, with the beaver being around. They're not out here right now. And taking this habitat and having them expand it out here, I just don't see the feasibility in that.
The paper and other papers that I've read, what I haven't introduced, so I'm not going to speak too much about it, have mentioned how beavers tend to go 50 meters in as a minimum. They will go out farther if need be. And the Just So story is that they go out farther and they get bigger trees because you got to make it worth your while. You know, the farther away from your home, the more likely you are to run into predators, right? So it's not like, oh, it's always going to be like this or always going to be 25, 30 feet. We have to consider what is the scientific evidence that's told us about this, because like you mentioned, things change. So what we're seeing now, is that due to a drought? Or are they only going this far? We don't know. But all we know is this is what's happening right now. But that's not necessarily a snapshot of the 150 years.
And I think snapshot is a good analogy here.
Yeah.
So when I do habitat evaluations, and I usually have people like Mary Ann come out with me, okay? the first thing I always do is when I ask myself what they're utilizing, I look to see what they've been habitually utilizing. So what we've marked out here is what we feel they've been habitually utilizing. When I read those papers and the papers that you're suggesting and what they spoke about, they weren't taking what is relatively on Hunts Pond, a small section of shoreline, and putting it in a bubble and saying, well, in this one area, what makes you think they're not going to go up there? They have a whole range of shoreline. So when you're doing this evaluation, you really got to consider that they're not just going to confine their existence to the shoreline at 44 Linwood. They're going to go all the properties around here. So if there are any changes here, they would be minimal as far as heading up into the house area. What we got to concentrate on, and this is the mitigate part of the minimize and mitigate, what we need to do is concentrate on what's left, how viable is it, are there other areas around that they're going to, which they're all over the place over there. They're utilizing that whole pond. So taking the entire population around there and just saying it's just going to use this area, you can't do that in the bubble. And these papers acknowledge that you have to look at the habitat as a whole.
Right, I think that's a little, I mean, we can ascribe general species behavior and looking at many different beaver studies at once and not just say, oh, it's only here. Beavers are very different just in this one little place in Abington, Massachusetts. And when you talk about, we have to look at it a whole, that gets into our bylaw with the cumulative impacts, right? So we're required to consider not just this project in isolation. We're supposed to consider the whole watershed, the surrounding area, and we have to keep in mind what are the effects potentially of isolation, what's already been fragmented, what you're proposing that could fragment it, among other things. And so in the notes, it says that you describe the properties as one of the most significant remaining contiguous woodland corridors within the pond environment. So that to me means that we need to make certain that we maintain the width and the continuity and the location of retained habitat. That becomes relevant. So how are you deciding? You mentioned there was a significant percentage of the relevant woodland pond buffer is going to be protected. What is that number?
The number should have been in the report. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
It wasn't there.
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay, and so what number would you use? Not even looking there. Don't even look at the plan. Just tell me what an ecological principle would be for a threshold of a significant percentage of habitat.
You mean as far as pre and post development? Significant percentage?
Yeah.
I have to say probably 50%.
And why do you come up with a 50%?
Well, I mean, it depends. It's site to site. You can't really, you can't assign a generic number to something like that.
Right, and but as someone who, you've done science, you know what a p-value is,
yes.
And that, but before you even get your data, you assign what your thresholds are gonna be. And you don't use the term significant as a as an adjective, right? You're using it to have a very precise quantitative statement. So when you're going somewhere and you're saying a significant percentage, you need to be able to say what that number is before you even look at the data.
Yeah, I had the numbers, I just don't remember them. I remember looking at the pre and post development and saying, okay, they're saving a significant amount of open space here.
But you don't have the numbers.
I don't have the number in my head.
And you don't have a threshold in mind of what that would be in general, just in general.
I don't usually assign boilerplates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I usually go site by site.
Okay, okay. When you discuss cumulative effects, are you treating the existing fragmentation and the development around Hunts Ponds as a reason additional loss is less important? Or as a reason that remaining intact corridor should be kept?
The this remaining intact corridor here should be kept for that specific reason.
Okay. So how did you evaluate the cumulative loss, degradation, isolation at the watershed community scale?
I basically examined what I could see on site without trespassing on anybody else's property, and then I examined historical orthophotos.
Okay, but what were the,
So your tree landscape, your tree overstory has changed quite significantly over the years, and it actually varies. You have areas where it starts growing back, you have areas where it starts cutting. When I looked at this, I said, okay, human activity has altered this area over here. So it was actually important to make sure that this particular canopy and this particular buffer remain intact, because you're trying to minimize having anything else go closer to that pond. And I think this area here, like you've got a full 100-foot buffer here, a good significant portion of that is actually being retained. You've got your 50-foot no build here, that's all being retained. It's important to retain that buffer strip here on this lot.
yeah, and the thing is though, is that when you say it's important, I totally agree with you there, but the amount of that, I'm not hearing numbers that tell me, yes, this is how much we actually need and what you're going to be keeping.
And again, that's on me, I just don't remember the numbers.
Sure. I asked also in terms of, I'm not talking about mitigation of wetland vegetation, but also for beaver mitigation. And I asked for specifics of 2 beaver projects that you guys have done in the past, their locations, their dates, and the outcomes. And I believe I also asked if you had to go back and fix something. I didn't see all of that in the packet that you guys provided. I think you mentioned there were 3 towns, but that's all I got.
I can give you more specifics, I'll just have to write them down for you.
Okay, but we can't make a judgment about that unless we have the data in the packet, right? I think there was another comment that was answered as acknowledged, but I can't remember what that was. Do you remember? Okay, I don't remember. Let me see. Oh, so our peer reviewer had asked about larger culverts to improve passage of smaller species. So his recommendation was to have 2 proposed 24-inch culverts to be at least 30 inches. I think the latest plan shows a 24-inch still.
That you'd have to speak to the engineering crew about.
We talked to John Rockwell again. That wasn't raised again, but we can certainly change that to 30. That's not a problem to us.
Okay.
I actually would think that would be prudent too. I would agree with that.
Okay. All right, and so now, let's see, what am I doing? So I know you have a monitoring plan for whether the replacement wetland establishes successfully. What are the measurable success criteria for wildlife habitat itself? Because we talked about, in the questions that I had sent, we talked about also determining what sort of like beaver mitigation plan there would be, and I'd asked about that. So what are the criteria for wildlife habitat itself as opposed to whether replication vegetation survived?
So you're talking beaver as opposed to wetland replication?
I mean, yes, because that was one of the things they mentioned, and I think it was in the simplified, or is the habitat evaluation thing for DEP, is pretty much where I took all those requirements from about having, what are you going to do if there is an issue with the beavers, as just one example. Are you gonna have financial security that you're proposing? What plan would you have in place?
You mean like bonding?
Yeah, it's in our bylaw. So one option I mentioned was financial security. It was in my question.
Yeah, I don't
Right, and
see
I
an
don't
issue with bonding is.
But I don't see
an
a cost estimate, how long it would be, like, none of this information has been given to us. And
option. I can
so-
add to that.
Okay.
That's fine.
There's also an issue I mentioned about what permanent measures would address lighting, domestic animals, yard expansion, dumping, mowing, and other residential encroachment into protected habitat.
Okay, so I had suggested, one thing I had suggested was basically I forget the technical term, but you've got lighting that would face down. It's done in other developments. It would prevent it from actually shining out onto the untouched and undeveloped areas. What we'd be looking to do is to try to, because some of the migration habits are nocturnal.
Matt, just stand right
Am I
behind.
doing it again?
Just stand right behind the podium, so the mic's always in front of you.
Yeah, it makes it easier. It's hard, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what, this is not the only place I've done that to. I do it all the time. I just start talking and I don't think.
Yeah, no worries.
So essentially in this area right here, well, the bonding is actually not a bad idea. I'm sorry, what? So there is lighting that you can put up that's conducive to not, I guess the term is harass wildlife that's there. That's the lighting I recommended to the team that they add to the plans. What else? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head because we had discussed this, but it's been a while now.
I remember reading it was the lights being turned down.
Yes.
So my concern though is what if you have someone who, people move into an area, they love nature, but they get scared at night and they realize there's things out there and they want a floodlight. How, if we had that as a condition, how would we enforce that?
I'm assuming that would have to be a deeded condition, something that shows up and sticks out like a sore thumb every time the property's transferred.
Another
So
one
when
was
you-
about, I'm sorry to interrupt. Another one was about pets, and there was a notation that they would have a condition or something about keeping pets outside wetland areas. And I'm just trying to think, 20 years from now, house gets sold, me twice, and they decide to put a Labrador. It's gonna see the pond, it's gonna run right into it. And I've seen some videos of beavers really beating up dogs, so, on recently. So
Yeah, I've seen them
how
beat up
is-
people too.
I don't see how you could have that as a condition and have that enforceable. And I don't think it's also reasonable to say, leave your dog inside. So what sort of mitigation would you propose, given that dogs and beavers don't get along very well? Because we're not gonna be driving around.
I'm assuming they would have to be fenced in. They'd have to be fenced into their yards.
There's really not any, you can have an ongoing order of conditions that have permanent conditions on it, including lighting. I mean, that's standard practice to have ongoing conditions, and it's up to the board or the commission, or unfortunately, Mr. Jenks, to, go out and enforce these things, but practically speaking, the only way to stop animals from going into an area would be to have a fenced-in backyard. I mean, that's the only practical solution if that's required.
Yeah, I don't think would be a reasonable order to put on an order of conditions, because we're not gonna be driving around to people's backyards and looking for floodlights and seeing how they handle their dogs, and their neighbors probably aren't gonna have any memory of it 50 years from now. And that's one of my concerns, is how you're dealing with a sensitive habitat here, how you're gonna take that into consideration.
Well, lighting is a pretty common, especially in commercial areas. I'm sure Mark can speak to that almost all commercial areas require downcast lighting, and that the lighting can't go outside the footprint of their property. And that's a pretty standard obligation, and that's generally enforceable by the zoning enforcement officer. So, that's a pretty common condition. I think almost all towns have either night sky lighting, or I forget what the actual term is for what that is, but you're not allowed to broadcast light beyond your property line typically as a commercial an industrial property owner, so.
So going into, we're talking about the replication we have, I mean, you referred to it as a no-touch, we call it a no-disturb. When we're talking about the no-touch or no-disturb, are there any plans to go into it? In different areas, like it looks like you are going to be encroaching quite a bit into no disturbs and no builds, right?
Well, I mean, you do for the crossing, but you do by nature, it's the nature of the crossing.
Right, but
As far as the
also,
remainder of the development, no.
and also there was something in there about how in order to do a replication, you had to go into a no disturb and disturb it, but then you would put it back, right? So one of the things you're supposed to be able to do is if you're going to go into our no touch and our no disturb, you have to show two things. One of them is that there's absolutely no alternative, and you have to show that what you're planning on doing is going to cause a benefit to the interests of the act. And what I saw in the response was, well, our purification, our stormwater is going to make things better than what is there right now. So I would like to know if you think that it's better to have a development with stormwater for purification versus what is there right now. Can you explain to me how?
I think the stormwater sentence that you're referring to might be an older version of the alternative analysis. So I just want to make sure that you have the current one, which was submitted, the hard copies, and the new link.
Yeah, I
to
have
everyone.
that.
Okay.
And because I was
And then-
specifically looking for what is the benefit that we are giving
When,
of
yeah.
the interests if you're going to be encroaching into no disturb and no builds.
Yeah, so when we disturb a wetland, you have to replicate it.
Yep.
Typically, where you replicate is close to where you have an existing wetland. So where you have that existing wetland, you have a no disturb zone. So you have to replicate, you have to go into the no disturb area to replicate that. So it's a simple, area, you take it from here, you put it where it's mostly convenient. That certain location has a nice flat area already where both Matt and John Rockwell agreed that will be a good area for replication. So we put the replication area in there, and then we create the new buffers, the new no disturb, the new 100-foot, the new no build, and so on. So
But you're not getting at my question, which is, when you go into the no disturb and the no build, you are required in our bylaws to also do something that will benefit the interests of the act. What are the benefits that habitat is going to have for you disturbing our no build and our no touch? Because what I saw in the thing was things will be purer than what's current, the rain that's falling and
No.
going out into the pond.
So the benefit is that you're replicating at a 2-to-1 ratio. You're making it bigger than what it is. And also, we're not putting a home next to the 50-foot buffer. We're pushing the home away from that
You
new
have a road
buffer.
going through there,
But the road it's needed for the development to occur.
but it's not needed for any development to occur. We're talking about avoiding, minimizing. You do have to show.
Yeah, we cannot avoid the roadway.
You have to show to us.
And we have
if-
shown that.
No, apparently not, because I'm still asking questions. You have to show to us that you are going to cause some benefit to the interest if you want to go into any no-touch and no-build. What is the benefit?
You have.
It's not
I
an
don't-
or statement, it's an and statement.
The
in
only
regulations.
benefit we're adding the stormwater, but it is an undeveloped site. It's an undisturbed site. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So the wetland replication, it's at a 2-to-1 ratio, right? We're meeting your tree bylaw, which is significantly required to put more trees. We're putting more large bushes around the site. Of course, we need to cross that wetland. We have demonstrated that it meets no frontage. The roadway length doesn't meet the zone in planning board regulations for the length. It doesn't meet the width for the fire apparatus in
Let's
accordance
move
to
beyond that.
roadway.
We've already talked about that.
But that's what it
We've
entails.
been spending a lot of time. My question to you, you're saying that a replication area has a better ecological impact than what is currently there?
I'm not an expert on that, so Matt.
That is my question.
If you have to replicate a wetland because of a limited project crossing, or any type of crossing, whether it qualifies as a limited project or not, if you're gonna replicate the wetland, you wanna try to have it have a better value than what there is. So the planting scheme that we did put in there is attempting to design something that's a little bit more conducive to wildlife than what is there now. But again, it's, as with any wetland replication, it's always a gamble. So it requires a lot of monitoring. It requires continuous planting if the plantings don't take. You have to be very, careful and selective about how you transplant the soil. So if you're going to recreate a wetland, try to give something that's going to have some type of a better functional value than the upland that you're actually creating the wetland out of. That's what the goal of it is always.
So, I understand that, but in order to do that, you have to actually get rid of plants that have been there, trees, for decades and decades. How long is it going to take to get back to that ecological value that it once had?
You mean the exact ecological value to
Well,
what's there now?
Exact or better? I mean, the thing about, and you know this, replication is really tricky. They say, what is it, 53% of the time, it's fine. Most of the time, or I wouldn't say most, we're getting precise about numbers. So that means 47% of the time, it fails. And so I've always been very leery about replication as a mitigation because of that number. I believe DEP had a study they commissioned out of UMass Amherst that found that number. So I want to know, like, if you're going to do replication, which tends to be a little shaky in terms of the success rate, how long, if it was successful, would it take to get back the same ecological value, or as you're arguing, a better ecological value?
Well, I mean, it depends on which aspect of the ecological value you're talking about. So if you're talking about shade value for trees, it's not going to happen until the trees mature. If you're talking about wildlife and vegetative buffer, it depends on the size of the shrubs that you plant. If you plant in a healthy amount of shrubs, shrubs have a good buffering capacity for stormwater. They also have a good wildlife habitat value, but it's going to take a long time for that area to mature.
Can I just
So
ask a question on top of what he's saying? I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr.
You're fine.
Mr. Morrow.
you're all good.
But I'm not sure which meeting it was at, but I remember calling it out to the attention of you as well as the contractor, that in the NOI, it was signed that you read our bylaws and regulations. But yet, looking at the replication and the restoration, the size of the trees that you said, and I remember calling this out specifically, I don't know if it was the March meeting or the meeting before that. Our regs require 6 to 8 foot trees, and you got 4-foot trees here. That's some of the things that really upset me, because I remember calling it out. I remember mentioning it to you. And you signed the form saying you read the bylaws and the regs, but yet you've got 4-foot trees. That's one of the things that, it's a little detail, it may seem minor, but it's there for a reason. And I just wanted to make that, because I've been looking at this restoration, and I'm like, I know I called it out before. And I'm like looking at the size of the trees being cut down where the houses are going. It's 117 trees. The largest tree that I counted on there was 24 inches around, and the smallest one was 6 inches around, because that's the size that we had you calculate and separate out. So it's like, taking that into consideration, that 117 trees, 112 of them are going to be removed out of the buffer zone. What's that telling us? And that just kind of leads into what you're asking. I'm like, she's the scientist, not I. She's She knows more about it than I do, so I'm just a common sense kind of person. But yet I'm looking at the plan and it still says 4 foot tall trees. But you read our regs, and the regs say 6 to 8.
No, I get it.
I think it was the meeting where I called out that the plan address, your stamp on your thing for your address for your company was wrong. It's not Westboro, it was Whitman. I think it was that meeting, probably February.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, and that reminded me too. So in the last part of the alternative analysis report, you had a estimate, and it was given to 362 North Bedford Street LLC.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. I think this is what the question that you had, where they
Yeah,
wrote
that's
acknowledge.
just another LLC that the owner has, but it's just the address, that's it. But it's for the project.
Okay. This was a question you asked, right?
I'm not sure.
The soil testing actually done.
It might have been, I don't remember.
I think that was an acknowledged one.
Okay.
There's another question, was soil testing actually done in the proposed wetland replication area itself, and if so, where are the results? That was, I think that was an acknowledged, and was never, we were never given the
Right, and that was
information.
in, yeah, in the list of questions that you guys had asked, that we give all our concerns to you, and I think one of the questions I wrote, and my phone's dying, otherwise I'd try to call it up and look at it. Can you read that again, please?
Was soil testing actually done in the proposed wetland replication area itself? If so, where are the results?
Right.
No, we don't did.
There were no, it just said,
No,
it just
we didn't
said
do it.
acknowledged, like, what does acknowledge mean to me? You acknowledge that you did it, or you were gonna do it? I don't know,
What's the question?
to the question. That was your response. Again, it's the little thing.
I think that's it for my questions. Does anyone else have any questions on the board?
I might wanna ask the people.
I'm gonna do that next, but I wanna ask the rest. No? Okay.
I kind of want to hear what the audience has to say.
All right, so now I'm gonna bring it out to the public. Anybody from the public like to make a question, comment?
Mrs. McMenamin.
Did you miss me at the last meeting?
Hunts Pond Lane, right?
Elise McMenamin, 9 Hunts Pond Lane, representative of the Beavers. No, I'm just kidding. I feel like we've been on such a journey, right, since this project first got submitted
Yep.
with 4 houses, and I remember I couldn't make that meeting. I wasn't as passionate about the project back then. One of the comments back then when the 4 houses were going to be developed was, there's no big trees on the property. Come to their own report submitted for this meeting. One of the most intact, undeveloped woodland areas in the broader Hunts Pond system. In the March 10th meeting, specifically at 1 hour mark, we talked about, I say as I'm with you guys, but you guys talked about how you wanted to see the alternative analysis. And MP Design said that they did, and they reduced the crossing. And it was specifically mentioned at this time that the alternative analysis had nothing to do with crossing the wetlands. It was the impact to the entire property. They don't want to submit a 2-house analysis because it is better for the wetland system in that area. A 2-house plan would be approved on a 2-lot plot, but they don't want to give it to you because it's not financially feasible. That's why it's not being provided. The commission has no obligation to take finances into consideration. It is not the abutter's fault, and it is not the commission's fault that a return on investment analysis was not completed before purchasing the land. So that, I think the project should be denied. This is the 5th time they have not completed what was asked of them. Deny the project, they can submit it for a 2-house plan on a 2-plot lot. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
My name is Henry Semignano. I live at 78 Linwood Street. I'm a direct abutter to this piece of property. They're behind my property, directly behind it. I've been coming to all these meetings. The original thing I heard at this way back when this all started, was there was a guy that bought it, was going to build one house back there. That was the original idea. Next thing you know, I got a notification they're going to build 5 houses back there. I came down here and looked at the plans, so that's a fact. It was 5 houses. As soon as there was some opposition to it, they dropped it to 3 houses. This, and you listen to everything tonight, this is all about profits and making money. You gave them an option to do 1 house, which would have minimal impact on the wetlands and so on. They said it's not feasible. It's feasible. They don't want to do it because they can't make enough money building 1 house. That's why they're insistent on 3 houses. We keep having to come back, meeting after meeting after meeting, because you ask them to come answer questions and they don't answer the questions. I think this should be denied the way it's written up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Richard Hanna, 143 Mill Street. When we listen to these people, you talked about lighting. I'm on the south side. I've been there 52 years. I've never had water in my cellar. Neither does the mantis who's next to me. I have had water right up to the side of the wall in that property. And I'm concerned they start putting in, like Gene said, they start putting in tar, cement. Where's all this other water going to go? You're taking away. Also, the trees that you take down. Some of those trees back there are 30, 40 inches wide. I mean, they're big trees back there.
24, I think I counted 24 each one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, over the years, the farmer who owned the land originally 30 years ago used to go in there, and that was his woodlot. And he would clean it out. And of course, there is down trees. You've got the Dutch elm disease back there. There's a couple of trees that are dying from that. But my concern is the retention basins, besides me getting water in my cellar. They make the remark they're going to give the town to accept it. Well, Nick may know, there's, 100 streets that aren't accepted in this town yet? So how long is it going to be? Now, just to point out, the builder from Rockland, I can't think of his name, but he built on Mill and Lynn. When he built that, he built a culvert in there. And the culvert was supposed to be cleaned by the people that lived there. Never been cleaned. So if this street is not accepted for 5 years, what's this retention basin gonna look like? I mean, if you take a look, go up to Walmart, and over a period of 4 or 5 years, they didn't take care of those basins, and they were just a crap hole. And that's what I'm concerned about down there.
Well, the basins up by Walmart right now are actually vernal pools.
Okay, wow.
Just,
Yeah. So that's my concern, is the water coming south.
Yep.
And also the retention basins. I mean, they're gonna walk away and they're saying, the lighting isn't their problem, this and that. They're the catalyst to this. They're building it. They have some responsibility for this. I mean, I have no problems with 1 or 2 houses up there, but once they started, and he was right, there was 5 houses. I had come in and saw Barbara downstairs 2.5 years ago, and they wanted 5 houses. There was 5 houses on that lot. And then they went down to 4 or 3 or whatever, now it's 3. But, I understand. And they should have learned from history, from the people that before that, they could not build a home up there, 1 home, because of the price 20 years ago for a street, telephone poles, fire hydrants, the whole bit. It was more than that 1 house. So they sold the property. They couldn't do it. We probably should have went ahead and we would have only had 1 house up there. But should have been, whatever. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna.
That brings up a question I have. So you said that it would become a town-owned road. Who's would be taking care of those culverts in the meantime? Because if I recall correctly from the last town meeting has to approve a road. right? We had that one guy who got up
Yep.
and he said and so we voted for it at town meeting. So in the meantime, who's gonna take care of it? You'd have to go up to town meeting and hope that
Well,
the
that's something the
residents.
selectmen would have to make a decision.
Yeah,
I think we have an operations management plan, I believe.
Is that
And-
included in your packet?
Didn't let me finish. Does not, what's that? It's included in the stormwater management
stormwater?
report, but we can certainly add that. It's always the property owner's responsibility for operations and maintenance until whether it's snow plowing or other roadway maintenance, it's up to the property owner to continue to do that maintenance until taken by the town. So we can add that to this proposal, but that would be the obvious person who would be responsible for that.
and I forgot to ask, where would the snow for the
Oh, that's what I'm
road
saying.
be stored?
Yeah, there's a snow storage plan in the packet,
Yeah,
but
on
it
the,
doesn't talk about,
I was curious, like, where
typically a
that is.
town actually still plows streets for safety reasons, even if it's an unaccepted street.
Right,
I love that they put the snow storage right on top of some of their plantings.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
I mean, this is gonna be a nightmare to plow, and that's coming from me snow plowing for 20-some odd years. Between the island at it, the elevation change, and not being able to use salt on any of this. But that's not our issues here.
right. It's just, so they're planning on storing snow
No,
on where is it gonna be?
no, the snow storage area is not in, I can,
I thought I saw it.
yeah, I'm sorry. Share.
Yeah, I saw it.
It's on plan 151, and I believe as well as on 141. The snow storage areas are not where we're proposing new plantings. We have 3 snow storage areas, one being right in the middle of the cul-de-sac, one to the left of it, and one towards, let's say, the end of the cul-de-sac.
Can you pull up 151 on the big screen, please? So that the residents can
Sure,
see it
yeah.
too?
I can start sharing again.
All right, I see that.
Yeah,
That
that's a
one.
house. No, I'm sorry, you're
I
right.
guess they're gonna dump it behind the house? What is this?
No, there's a line from it going over to it,
Oh, okay.
There's,
but you
So it's
can't
right
use
here.
you can't use an infiltration system as a snow dump.
the infiltration system is subsurface?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not.
it's
open.
underground, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see, cubic yard of snow is about 1,800 pounds. If you say so. I just see it collapsing.
Yeah, we made sure to include enough, I believe it's geogrids on top of the subsurface system, because that was also a comment from the fire department, to make sure that their vehicle would be able to, if worst comes to worst, be able to go through that area if they need to.
So I'm sorry, the fire department told you to make sure their vehicle can go over that, but you're
No,
using
not,
it as a
not
snow dump?
over, no, not over, just if their wheel goes to the edge of it, they don't wanna make sure that the subsurface system is not impacted. That's all, it's
So-
not that they're gonna be using this at any
So the
point.
fire,
Lost there.
okay, so do you see what my thought process issue is with what you just told me? That island is your snow dump. They want to make sure, with how tight of quarters that is, if they do go on it, they're not going to get stuck. But now you're going to cover it with snow?
No, their concern was, when you do the fire movement, the fire truck movement around, their wheels could touch up just barely on the edge of the circle. It's not going to go over it or to stop
So
you.
why would it matter what the fill on the island is?
That was a comment that they made, and we addressed their comments, and that was approved with planning board
Okay,
and with the fire department.
did, Okay, that's on point then, because I don't see, if the fire department approved this, knowing that that can support their equipment the way it's infilled, but then you're using it as a snow dump,
No,
I have a feeling it's an oversight by them.
It's not. This is not gonna be used by them for any reason. No reason.
Then why
at all.
does it need to be able to support it?
It was a ask. They asked if it could be. That's all.
I mean, if the
Scott.
fire department asks us to do something, we don't ask any questions. So we're not gonna fight the fire department on a requirement that they wanted, what they wanted in the cul-de-sac. So we have a meeting, the fire department says this is what we want, we're not gonna fight with them, so.
I wish it
you
was
know,
that easy for them.
That's the, whether it makes sense or not, we're not here to comment on that.
That's fine.
Yeah. I just want to see if anyone else from the public would like to get up and speak. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Again, we've covered a lot of territory today. You have brought up a lot of concerns that I think we need to have better responses on. I didn't think I got the answers to the questions from March, from their responses.
Was those responses just the word acknowledged, nothing else,
Yeah,
nothing pertaining to
yeah.
the
Also, yeah, a couple times.
That is
Also-
concerning.
Also, I remember calling out on the plans about the restoration and the size of the plantings, and that if you read our regulations and you acknowledged it and you signed it, but they still didn't change it, it just, the little things really start to bother me. Aside from the larger things that you pointed out here. And, I'm not in favor of this project, and I would make a motion to deny.
Second.
Wow, that didn't take,
Well,
anybody else have any comments?
first, yeah, let's see if there's any other comments.
Let's,
I mean,
that would be me. I'm speaking for myself.
I feel like the two-house alteration was just a slap in the face.
Yep.
They eliminate the house further away from the buffer and put one more into the shoreline.
And to say that 3 houses is the same as 2 houses is
You took the
not-
house out of here and you put this one further into the 200-foot buffer.
Right. You know, and the biggest impact of the buffer system, you know, we do have jurisdiction over 100 foot and the 200 foot for the pond.
Right.
That's a bylaw.
And that's been my biggest concern because of how intense this area is.
Right.
We've been very clear about that.
117 trees are gonna be cleared in the buffer, well, I think it was 112, or I wrote it down. Can't remember, I gotta go back and look. But,
Your point stands.
yeah. I mean,
I can't see this being conclusive to our bylaws or the ecosystem.
112 in the buffer zone. The largest tree that I saw was 24 inches around, the most minimum one was 6 inches around. The restoration plan should have had 6 to 8 foot trees, it did not. Mr. Hannah is downgrade from there, and my concern is, I don't want to cause him or any other property owners around the bottom of that hill to be impacted in any negative way, and I think that they are. I just don't, I have not been convinced with everything that's been brought before me. I'm not a scientist, I'm just a layperson. I have an accounting background, that's it. But I have been on this commission for 5 years, and common sense has brought me right along. And I'm just, 2 houses, maybe. But again, when I walked that property for the ANRAD with the owner and the Kyle Garvey, oh, we're gonna put one house, we're gonna have, my daughter wants horses, you know, it's a beautiful piece of property. But that was feasible then, but then it doesn't meet the frontage, so it's just kinda like another thing. Just saying, that's me.
I'd
Speaking
recommend,
for myself.
Gene, if you're willing to withdraw your motion, possibly continue, commission takes a chance, collect their thoughts, state clearly what violations that this is being denied for in a motion at the
I
next meeting.
think Lynn did call out some pretty, I mean, you can,
I think the motion should be very clear.
okay,
About.
So I think maybe we should reset,
okay.
come to the next meeting, discuss, make the motion, and vote on it, if that's the way the commission wants to go.
So you're saying for every single point, we need to agree on it and make a motion for?
Not every single point, but I think the motion to deny needs to be very clear,
Okay,
and I don't think that one was.
okay.
No, I'm just saying I was speaking for myself.
I understand that, Gene, but I
Yeah.
think the motion should cite and
Okay.
get specific, because if it gets appealed,
You have to state the reasons.
it's gonna get appealed most likely,
Yep.
and they can't appeal Gene's feelings.
I
It needs to be
understand.
appealing section 3.
So should we
Paragraph
make a
2.
motion with each things that we disagree with, basically, and then vote on it that way?
It'll be one
Specifics.
motion, but it's not, I don't like this, I don't like that.
Yeah, and
It's, we didn't meet this criteria.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be better if we take the couple weeks and at the
again-
next meeting, get thoughts together and cite the motion that way, as opposed to right now trying to collect all the thoughts from a
Right.
2-hour discussion and
Right.
form it into a motion.
Okay.
I don't think 2 weeks more on
But it-
this is a significant difference
Right.
if you're willing to withdraw the motion rather than it being voted on now.
I will be willing to do that unless one of my other conservation commissioners have something else. I mean, maybe I need to step back, because to me, when I see little mistakes in the little details, it shows to me a lack of concern, a big lack of concern from the applicant.
I understand that, Gene, but the decision needs to be defensible too.
I agree.
So that's more
I
getting that
agree.
decision correctly.
So I will say that I will remove my motion to deny right this second, but I can't speak for my other conservation commissioners and the chair.
No, I agree with Nick. We need to have very specific reasons that are laid out
All
for a
right,
denial.
so,
And, yeah, I agree too, and to take into fact what the abutters say as well, I think that should be taken into consideration as well. But just, I think, what the planning board says is nothing what we do, and that's nothing.
And what zoning is
and
nothing what
zoning
we
and
do.
planning is nothing to do with what we do.
Strictly
It's, I mean, they could say whatever, and they could approve whatever, but it's our decision on this matter,
Right.
regarding,
Right.
the environment and everything like that. So I think we should really put down everything in writing, exactly what we, why we are against it or for it, and then just go from there.
Okay. So are we officially closing the hearing and then doing this?
I mean, I'd just make the motion to continue the public hearing to September 8th.
All right.
And then you guys can open it as you see fit.
Yeah.
Whether you want to hear more, if you guys want to just go right into it.
Maybe have
I
something.
think we'll just go right into it.
We'll
Be at the
just-
chair's discretion on,
Yeah.
on the 8th, if that's what you choose to do.
I think that would be the
Yeah.
smartest thing to go.
Yeah. Just for point of information, relative to timing right now, with the public hearing continuation, do you have to have their approval for continuation under the bylaw?
Do not believe so. Our bylaw doesn't call anything different from the state regs. The hearing was open timely.
Right, but when was the NOI filed?
Long time ago.
A couple of years ago.
Years ago.
So, you have 21 days to hear something and close a public hearing unless the applicant agrees to continue it. So my issue is that they may choose to not continue it, and, it's just procedurally, you have to get them to agree to continue it at this point.
Okay.
And we would be willing to consent to a continuance, provided it's a date that we agree to. And if it's, what it sounds like is if there's a lack of material that's still missing, we want an opportunity to continue to supplement. So we're happy to consent to a continuance. We will want the opportunity to supplement the materials. The last thing we want is a denial based on lack of, an incomplete file. So we would want the opportunity to continue to supplement. We feel we'd like to build a final record for what we believe is a complete record for a final decision. So that would be our request.
If you have a rough timeline for that, I can let the commission know what date would reflect that for them to consider. Whether it be 2 weeks, 30, 60 days.
More. Well, no, it's me.
60,
Again, second and fourth, dude.
second.
Throw me a rough date.
It's like 60.
If you want 60 days, I'll tell you what date that would be.
60 days is going to make sense. We're going to get materials in, has to be reviewed, the commission has to see it. So, you know, that, it can't be, probably not going to be much sooner than 60, right? Which is really more like 45.
I would say
So-
this would have to be it. Like, this is gonna be your last chance. It's been going on for 2.
Well, the ANRAD was done in 2022, so I remember that. And then, you know, we
We're gonna have to
allowed,
get a decision,
At some
yes or no.
point, we have to say no.
Yeah, this is gonna be, there's gotta be a resolution to this at the next meeting. I think that's the only point. I mean, how many times can we ask for answers and not get them? And these gentlemen do should have a decision instead of waiting and being pushed off as well. I think it should be, you know, on both sides. I think we should just, for everybody's sake.
For their benefit as well as our
For
benefit.
everybody's benefit, we should have a resolution for this at the
so
next meeting.
60 days, that takes us into October.
Is 60 days what you guys are asking for?
What do you think, Matt?
I think 30 would be enough. No, 60.
Do not do that, because you're gonna need to put materials together fairly quickly for a turnaround and a review. So if you think 30, then let's just do 60s. Huh?
You're right, I don't want to rush it, then we'll be rushing it.
So 60 days. So it'd be the second meeting in October,
Yeah, so
which would be what? I might be
the
away.
27th. So if the
27.
commission would like to make a motion to continue this hearing to October 27th at 6:30 PM with all materials submitted by October 20th.
Public. So,
Do we need a motion?
I'll make a motion, so moved by, yes.
That's, it's,
We're not
When-
allowed to have public comments since we finished that, but we can talk afterwards.
Sure.
make a motion.
Motion to continue. I don't have the SC number in front of me. I should, but I don't. Okay, here we go. I've got it. SC 0840576, notice of intent filed by MP Design Consultants to construct a 3-lot family home subdivision with wetland crossing, project located at 4454 Linwood Street, to the meeting of October 27th at 6:30 PM with all issues addressed one final last time for everybody.
all submittals by October 20th.
All
Should we do the week before?
submittals to Nick by October 20th.
Thank you, Jody.
All right, so take a vote?
No,
I'll second that.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
AJ?
Aye.
And Lindy said you're not gonna vote?
Abstain.
Abstain,
No,
okay.
I'm
All right,
abstaining.
so that is unanimous.
Yep.
All right.
This is McMenamin?
I haven't.
I made this.
Hello.
You probably don't remember me.
I do. I do remember you well, yes.
You're still singing?
Huh?
You said you're still singing?
I retired. I retired in.
We'll see what they do at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And, I'm sorry. And, I moved from Wilmington
No, I
to
did.
Abington.
She just had a
We can
question.
talk after the meeting.
No, she had a
Live with
question, that's all, I'm
my
sorry.
son's family, and I bought a house here, and I have a giant in-law. My husband had passed away.
No, don't do that.
So,
That's a basic question.
thank you. So I
Okay.
sold my big house.
All right, Mr. Morrow, I'm sorry, we have to move on.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
go, let's move this meeting on, please.
Got a
We're
lot.
not supposed to be discussing anything after the fact, I was just corrected on it.
I
Next
wasn't, I
up,
was discussing.
request for determination of applicability filed by David D. Oliveira to install an above-ground pool project located at 60 Berry Road.
Mr. D. Oliveira. 60 Barry Road.
Fall on it. I gave up.
This is like gonna be the longest meeting we've ever had.
Is he here? Oh, okay.
It's a little confusion.
Yeah, that's crazy. I want to go to school.
Probably nuts on
I know, me too.
Which one?
We're now at the Berry Road.
Sorry. This is
Hi. So you have an application before us for an above-ground pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Nick and I went out there this afternoon around 5 PM and we reviewed the site. Looking at the plan, it is in compliance with a 10-foot side and 10-foot frontage setback. The area concerned for the above-ground pool is already lawn. And
I didn't have it with my stuff.
I thought it was pretty clear.
But this is 10 feet from, this is the wetland line?
Oh, I thought on the plan that Nick showed me, it said 10 feet from the street. Nick, can you, the plan that we had, the 10 feet from the street?
24 from the street.
24 from the street.
Then it's only 10 from the,
Yeah. The problem being, looking at this map, I thought it was 10 feet from the street. 24 feet from the street brings you really, really close to the wetlands. And there's a minimum for a home of 25 feet. So it might have to be shifted a little further, closer to the road. Other than that, I mean, explaining it to the rest of the commission, that was what I saw. Nick, you can add to that if you want.
It's a wide yard area that they're looking to put it in. Just
Yeah.
a mowed grass area. I believe they're looking to kind of drop it in the center of that there.
Yeah. But
I think their measurements there might have been pretty rough. It looks like they total 34 feet. Pool. What was the pool diameter?
I think it's
The pool is only 18. So what's that put them at? 52. It's actually about 100 feet on their property line. So I think they were told the minimum for zoning is to be 10 feet out. So I think they kind of put that on there. If the commission wanted to tell them to stay a little further away from that back line, they certainly have the room for it.
but they're outside the 25?
Yeah, I mean, they're 10 feet off the wetland now. If they could be 25 feet off the wetland, that's our minimum for the houses,
For any structure?
for any structure. I mean, I know they're trying to keep it in line with the back of the house, but unfortunately,
Yeah, they could just move it
move it a tad,
a tad.
just a tad. Maybe do an oval pool. I don't know.
I don't think they'd have trouble getting 25 feet away from it.
Yeah,
I think that 10 was, they were trying to put the zoning minimum on paper.
yeah.
I don't think it's
okay,
actually where they
okay.
intend to have it.
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, I mean, it's all lawn out there now, and I don't see a major issue with that. That's the only issue that, you know, just trying to stay away from that wetland line. But other than that, you know, an above-ground pool, lucky you.
So if we move it, we're all set?
Yeah, it's
Well,
on the map. He can show
Commission's
you on
gonna
the
vote
map.
first.
Do you have it? Well, we have to vote on it, but
Yeah.
right there. So there, this
So
is
this
the
is
side yard, they're
Berry
24
Road.
feet.
You guys show it just being 10 feet off. You have to come more like 25, 30.
How much is the booth, like 4 feet?
15,
8?
15.
The
Okay.
back of your, more in line with the back of your house.
Yeah.
Which I think is what you meant.
Yeah. We have to shift it more here?
Yeah, it would come forward. It's probably close to what you drew, but what you put
Yeah.
here, 10 feet is what you wrote. I don't think that's accurate.
Okay.
If the commission approves it that way, I'm happy to go out and kind of mark a 25-foot line for them,
Okay,
or whatever line you want.
yeah. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a nice project. I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, it's a wide open yard area
It's a
there.
beautiful wide open, and I love your restoration on the other side. It really came out very, very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did a nice job.
I agree.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions, comments?
I think they seem very willing to work with us, and I
Yeah,
don't see
and
this
I
an issue.
appreciate that. I really do.
Too.
And no comments? Anybody from the public? No? Bring it back to the commission?
I would make a motion for a negative determination with the exception that it just comes a little bit further away from the wetland.
To
make it-
25 feet from the
To
wetland.
25 feet from the wetland,
And Nick will mark it.
and Nick will mark it.
Yep, happy to.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
I will second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Enjoy the pool.
Just give my office a call, and they'll schedule me to come out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, next up, SE 0840592, abbreviated notice of resource area delineation filed by Anthony Pusateri, property located at 0 Rockland Street. So I believe we have several peer reviews that have been submitted.
Yes. I did find 4 wetland, well, I found 4 companies that were willing to submit proposals. They were GZA, BSC, Power Corporation, and Lucas. Everyone should have received the emails on the proposals.
Oh, here's BSC. So,
One thing just the applicant asked me to relay is that they would prefer Lucas, but they have no complaints with any of the people who were submitted, so
Okay.
take that as you will.
honestly, I mean, 2 of them are getting close to 8,000. They're like 7,700.
Yeah,
Lucas is,
the least expensive.
well, it's about 5.
Okay.
Because I would want them to appear
Yeah, I
at
think that
hearing.
puts them at 49.50.
Okay.
And BSC was 55, like 55.
Okay.
And,
I do point out on the BSC one, though, it is an estimate, and they would be willing hourly for anything above what they have estimated.
Okay.
As opposed to, I believe Lucas has a cap. I think Harry had a cap as well. But as far as what is going to be provided, there were only a couple that said that they would actually look at the IBW calcs. They wouldn't redo calcs, but I think BSC and I think it was Lucas. No, it wasn't Lucas. Lucas wasn't going to do it. Okay. But anyway, I think those are important elements that we wanted to at least have included in the review. It was although they're not going to run calcs or run the model, they were going to look at them, probably look at the assumptions and look at the area itself for the specific reason. So I think that it's important that that be included, and I have familiarity with all 4 companies. I would recommend BSC.
I would second your recommendation.
we've had some workings with them before. The person who did this is literally written a book about vernal pools. Like literally wrote one, and I think he's given presentations at MACC.
Yes, you have.
We worked with him on an ANRAD for another property, and it was very impressive
Yes.
what he did, and we've kind of turned them down in the past.
I'm kind of excited to see it.
Yeah. And so I feel kind of guilty that we haven't, but like you said, they're willing to do all this, ILSF calculations and stuff. They're kind of in the middle of everything, and, I mean, I'm biased because he's done work for us, and it's been great, and it's been a long time since we've hired them. Or the applicant has paid for them, and we have them. So I agree with you.
They have a deep bench.
Yeah,
They do.
they do.
Yeah, and this is definitely a very elaborate piece of property, so.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I want to be as cautious and as have everything examined
Thoroughly.
thoroughly. Yeah, exactly. So I would entertain a motion to accept the proposal from BSC.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay,
Okay,
great.
so Nick, would you be able to contact all these people and let them know that we've chosen?
Yeah, I'll reach out to the other 3. I'll reach out to BSC, and I'll reach
And I
out.
would like to keep the other 3 on, in the loop for future
For the
projects.
future, yeah.
definitely,
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I
Yeah.
do appreciate their hard, it's a lot of effort that they put into looking at these. We don't get that many big companies that want to do peer review. Yeah, it's very difficult, so it was good.
Okay. Great, moving on. SEO 840586, abbreviated notice of resource area delineation filed by Ferdy LLC, project located at 272 Presidential Drive.
Okay.
Evening.
Hi.
Brendan Sullivan with Maryland Janus Land Surveyors. John Rockwell made a site visit in June, relocated 2 of the flags out there. I updated the plan, added the buffer zones to the intermittent stream, and he agreed with that determination, and that's about it.
Yeah, I compared it to what we had before. And do you remember where I stepped in the fiddlehead ferns?
Yep.
Yeah, that became a new flag. That
Yeah.
got moved out.
And they had the trees uprooting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Which was kind of cool because we just did the wetlands delineation course and that was a big thing.
Yeah.
The other indicators of hydrology.
I mean, I thought it was awesome when we walked in with the wetland scientist, he points out the trees, and then I'm like, why is that one on the other side of your flag?
Right. Exactly, exactly. So, yeah.
Yeah. This is,
So what are we looking to do with this at this point then?
All we're looking to do is to say that, yes, this is the delineation. That's it.
yep,
Okay, so motion to accept.
Well, let's make
Oh.
sure everybody has looked at it,
Yeah.
and, but thank you.
I did.
Keep that ready, AJ.
Even have the SE number for one.
I did look this over and,
You're gonna be the one making it, I
I
promise.
did do the comparisons as well, and, you know, I'm glad that some of the lines were changed, and I appreciate that, so. That's my opinion.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the request, because I don't have that in front of me,
Yep.
we're only looking at the BBW and the bank lines on here. We're not looking at, the nature of the stream or anything like that. That's right? We have to be specific about what they're asking for in the determination.
They were saying that's an intermittent stream.
It's an intermittent stream, and does the commission and John agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think initially, what did they initially say? They were trying to call it a ditch or something? And
It
then-
is a drainage ditch, but yeah,
Yeah.
we provided documentation to indicate that it's not a stream, that it's not a river.
Yeah, okay. Did you
So-
stream stats on it?
Yep,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm new.
okay.
No worries. Does anyone have any comments other than that? Okay, bringing it to the public. Bring it back.
All right.
One thing I'd ask in your motion
Yep,
to recognize that we're going to release the peer review funds, whatever's left in the account, back to the applicant.
Okay. So I make a motion to accept SE 0840592.
0586.
586.
0586, accept the delineation as is and release the surplus funds for peer review back to the applicant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, AJ.
Up next, SEO 840567, request for extension and update from applicant, project located off Doris Drive. Is anybody here? Please,
That's AKA Rose Place.
yeah, Rose Place.
Good evening, my name is Charles Macy.
I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Macy, M-A-C-Y.
Thank you.
I believe my partner on the file, on behalf of us, filed for an extension. We have an active order of conditions, and I believe it falls under the Automatic Extension Act, but I believe he proactively filed for the extension. We had approval about 2 years ago on the 9-lot subdivision, which primarily is in Abington. One corner of it crosses into Whitman. We have approval from Whitman as well. I met with Nick last week because we're looking to get going on the project. And one of the reasons why he suggested that I came in, I wanted to ask the board's opinion or permission on larger projects. Typically, we like to, if possible, to be able to, before the erosion control barrier goes in, we like to mark, obviously, where it's going to be, cut, and then actually install the barrier because of several different reasons. We can't. It's 2,600 linear feet, so a lot of times we have to get the trucks close enough that we blow these things in, and with a wooded area, it's typically difficult. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's very difficult for us, and a lot of times after some of the barrier gets damaged. So we were asking if the commission would be willing to let us proceed in that fashion.
You got a plan for this thing?
Yeah, and I have an extra one too if you don't have, if you want to pass it on.
Is there a crossing?
There's no crossing there. It's total about a 22-acre site. We're looking to clear about 7 acres.
Everyone could probably use a refresher on the plan. It's from a few years ago.
I have a second one if it's easier. If you don't want
Honestly, with how tight it is, it might be easier.
This is the plan plan, this is the ground plan, this is the subdivision.
That was the plan for the subdivision. that we-
Yes, I have an endorsed copy right here. The
Yeah.
one you were there.
Yeah, we haven't done any houses.
No, correct. Yep, we would have
Each
to.
house would have to have its own
Yep, good memory.
filing.
Yes.
Also, I believe there was also restoration needed to be done first.
Nope, there was no restoration. Remember, we were gonna actually, that was the original plan, and we amended that. There's no restoration at all, because at one point, we were gonna go out the side, and it was a large wetland filling and filing.
Was that on the side?
The Wilbur Street side, just connecting, and then it loops all the way back, and it comes back to the same point of Wilbur. But we don't go, there's not a second exit going out, so there's no replication at all.
I thought there was.
No, there was at one point. There was a large replication, and we changed that plan. That was probably 5 years ago.
Maybe we should look
Yeah,
at what
you want me? Can I bring this here?
Yeah, because I think Ozzy, when he was in here,
No, you have good memory.
thank you. Getting old, but.
Say, nothing much gets by Gene.
I'm missing a few things.
I can kind of point out where you're thinking about. So
Please and thank you.
Can they put any fencing or what? What kind of erosion control? What kind of erosion control are you using? Fencing, wattles, what are you using?
Can you do me a favor, get yours up and then just come back?
Yes, sure. I just wanted to show this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So Wilbur came
Yep,
here.
yep,
Came through. At
yep.
one point, what you were thinking about came all the way
Yeah.
through here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. All right, just
Yeah.
I see you guys are good with that anyway. But
Yeah, because I remember you were the one that brought that up.
Well, yeah, I thought, why are you doing something there?
Yeah.
That didn't make
Is it
sense.
Doris
That's where
Street or
Doris
Doris
is.
Ave?
Doris is
Or
down there.
Doris Drive?
Doris Drive, I believe.
So the plan was not to go in the wetlands at all, right?
That is correct, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. I remember something I pointed
I
out.
remember
Yeah, it was
something about
very
it, too.
intensive going through there, and then we came up with this as an alternative
Yeah,
plan.
thank you for refreshing my memory.
I was gonna say, I'm just trying to find the,
Because Doris Drive is all the way down that way.
Yes, there's,
there's a lot of wetlands in there.
So what makes it a situation where you have to go in there and then put erosion control? It's different than anywhere else.
well, typically if you have like a single-family lot, right, what we do all the time, and say 150 feet, we can get in, we can blow like we use Meadowbrook that actually blows the silt sock. He can get there, he's got 100, 200 foot of hose. In this case, at some points, you're 1,500 feet in the woods logistically. How do you get the truck out there? How do you do it? How do you move around? So typically what we've done in the last 5 or 6 subdivisions that I've done, I've talked to the commission, we've staked the line, make sure even if it's caution tape, so it's very clear, so that we don't pass the limit of clear, And as soon as they're done, that allows at least a truck to be able to drive out there and move around and blow the silt fence in. Or the silt sock, erosion control. We don't actually proceed with excavation or anything. It's just, so I would meet Nick out there right after that period. It would probably be a 2 or 3 day period after we cut. So if they would cut, we would follow them right out. That's procedure.
How much of a disturbance area is that, though?
The total disturbance area on that site?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, for you to get somebody to come in and blow in the material for the tubing,
The barrier.
silt sock.
Sure.
I mean, are you talking a 5 foot, 6 foot?
It's 2,600 linear feet.
Yeah, length.
Yes.
But I'm talking about as you go in and you start making a trench for this to be put in. What are we talking about? Disturbance, the number of I'm just trying to picture it.
It's about 7 acres total out of a 22 acre
So
site.
you're proposing to do all your clearing at once?
For what was approved, yes, ma'am. There might be some that would need to be filed for each individual house lot, but we haven't filed an NOI on anything that's within the
I
buffer
see
at this point.
what you're saying. Okay.
So you would be doing this without filing NOIs, too?
Everything, it will be covered under our current order of conditions. Our limit of clear was defined in the approved.
Yeah, you have building envelopes.
Yes.
When I read the ad, I saw that Rose Place was for sale, and it's got a pending on it.
That's between me and my partnership. It was like an internal, we
Okay,
had.
because I found the description rather disturbing, because it said all approvals in place. I'm like, well, I thought we only approved the subdivision. Each house had to be done individually.
Yeah, I didn't write the approval.
Because that was kind of misleading to me.
Yeah, I didn't have anything
Okay.
to do with that, so I don't
Okay.
know what was written and what was not, to
Just
be honest with you.
we just wanted to make sure that you understood that every house was not
Oh,
approved.
absolutely,
And
whatever.
that's what it came across as,
Oh.
all
Yeah.
your approvals.
Like if I was a buyer and I said, wow, look at this, I can buy this. And
And start tomorrow.
All permits in hand, I'm good.
I think his intent was talking about the subdivision, because I
Okay.
thought this is a moratorium on water, which
Yeah.
we have, so I think
Okay.
I don't think that was pertinent to the,
Okay.
to the.
It was just something I noticed.
No, I appreciate you bringing that up.
I'm always
That's-
looking at Abington real
No,
estate.
I get it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
I get exactly what you're saying. To me, it makes sense. To put the silt fence in, you have to do some level of disturbance. He's got a ton to do.
Yeah.
It's not like he's working on the buffer itself. He's just trying to get close to the area
Yeah.
to install it.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to figure out, like, how do they go in and do that?
I think he's trying to do what most people do anyways. He's just asking permission to do it.
Yeah, I think,
Which I
Do it the right way.
Well,
Yeah.
which
I
means
just
that you're
wanna be
actually reading our
transparent.
order of conditions,
Well,
which is
that's-
great.
Nick and I both said, he's like, oh, it says this, and so he said, there's a meeting coming up, why don't you just talk to them about it and tell them what you're trying to do?
yeah. We've also had situations where we wanted to have pre-construction meetings or whatever, and all of a sudden everything goes in there and it's all.
All the trees are
And no
cut
one
down
showed up.
already.
Yeah, so that was kind of, that's disheartening too. I
I-
mean, this is the good and the bad.
No, I agree, I try to follow directions,
So when were you going to start this?
hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, and so you're gonna coordinate with Nick about getting a pre-construction meeting with us?
Yes, ma'am, that's why I proactively had that and then sat down just to tell him the order I was going,
Perfect.
even before we did
So
that.
you're using compost tubing and, did you say silt fence as well?
No, I believe it's just the blown-in silt sock as shown.
All right, and the blown-in silt sock is anchored down every 4 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
And how big of a silt sock?
Whatever the plan shows, I'm not sure if it's 10 or 12.
I don't remember what it was, that's why I was.
It's in the detail, it should be
Okay.
either 10 or 12, I
Yeah, I was
believe.
trying to remember, I'm like, I don't remember.
Yeah,
how big it
no,
was.
you got pretty good too, but that one, I don't remember myself.
I personally, I just saw what he's talking recently for the first time.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty neat versus pallets of,
No, I understand
Straw
that, but it's
wattles.
just that, you know,
I like it because it's continuous.
which is fine.
That's what, because how many times we go see swaddles and all of a sudden they
It's gotta break
peel it
in there.
back
Yeah,
or
no,
whatever.
I got it.
And just the one,
Yeah.
I'm an advocate for it.
Typically, in well construction, if something goes wrong, we always have wattles and stuff on site, just in case anything happens, so we can
So-
proactively
Yeah,
fix it.
exactly.
How long of an extension were you looking for?
I believe from what it was filed, because of the COVID Extension Act, I believe it automatically goes for 2 years. I could be wrong, I'm not a lawyer, got a hard enough time building a house.
You don't need I mean, we're talking about two different things here.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
talking about the sill sacks, and we're
But-
talking about the extension.
yeah,
But she brought
These
up
are-
the
yeah,
extension.
They're
Right,
two
well,
different things.
I mean, I'm looking at the original request, the request for an extension and update from applicants, so that's what I was looking
Yeah,
at.
so I think, I didn't file that original extension, but I believe they're asking for 2 years, which I think,
They don't actually need it from the commission, but I think they want the paperwork
Right.
to have
To
in
reflect.
hand, so they don't have to worry about,
sure.
Yep.
we get a different commission a few years from now and they have to
Yep.
battle it out and bring a
Yep.
lawyer in to fight it or something like
Right.
that.
He was
It's just-
saying,
I don't think
Chain
it's
and
standard
title.
practice, but whatever you guys want to do.
What were you saying, Libby?
I mean, it's not really standard practice because of the act,
Yeah.
Extension Act. I mean, most people in
Are there any
business know about
downsides to
but-
it that you can think of?
Just somebody interpreting the fact that it's been issued, but it's, they might question why, because it was already valid, but I guess you can do whatever you want with it.
And that has been the argument, every time that someone's come in, they've done that, so.
well, I believe he had mentioned that it was gonna be good for chain and title, just update it and show that it's
Okay.
valid, and that's why he
Yeah.
wanted it.
Because sometimes when we do allow extensions, and I mean, we did do one a couple of years ago, and one of the conditions was that, you know, you guys have been in it before, and you need to be breaking ground, but here you are talking about wanting to clear, and do your waddles and have it all come in one. So,
Yes, ma'am.
You know, that kind of answers the question there. Thinking of-
So
Yeah, I know.
it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's already extended until 2028.
Yeah.
So-
One of the
So what do you
downside-
want the extension to say?
I think just saying that it granted, how you normally would extend, any extension, just so that we have something for the registry of deeds on.
Typically, you say it's extended from this expiration date, that's what the
Mm-hmm.
form says. But it's expired in 2028. So that means we would be extending it beyond 2 years from now.
I don't believe so. The way, maybe I'm understanding it wrong, or I was explained wrong. But I believe that the Extension Act, technically, it shows that it expires, if you went from the regular order conditions, I believe it shows it expires within the next 6 months. So the Extension Act automatically extends it, but we don't have anything in paperwork from the commissioner.
That's what I mean, it says in this letter, accordingly, the OC would be extended by the
So he's
Extension
just
Act
looking for
till
verification.
11/30/2028.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's-
he's just looking for verification that
Yes.
what he wrote in the letter asking is correct.
We can verify.
My problem is, I've filled out 1,000 of those forms,
Yep,
okay? And the way the form reads,
right.
it says, this is extended for
So there's no,
X, from the date it expired. It would, like
so
you
there's
put,
no formal way for us to grant an extension
you'd have
right
to
now.
play with the form.
Okay.
Well, to be honest with you, I just thought, because it's technically showing that it's expired, whatever that date is, 6 months from now.
Yeah.
So I thought you would just go from the day that it's expired until that date that we have by right anyway, the way I was understanding
Yeah,
it.
we ran into this with another one recently.
One of the worries, I mean, we were talking about, you know, in a couple years or 10 years, the commission will look at this. One of the things I'm worried about is, let's say something happens, things fall through, you can't do it. A different commission, you know, everyone's different, and they're gonna go, we already gave you an extension.
Sure.
We're not gonna give you another one because you already got one.
Well, I would think that it would be, in the file would accompany
You would
the letter
think.
that we just,
Not that I'm saying
That we
Nick
would-
wouldn't put it in the file,
Right.
but people might get confused and
Sure.
think, why are we gonna give you another extension, because we already gave you one?
Sure.
And I think that's one of the dangers of doing this. I see where you're coming
So that
from.
would be changed to an 8.
It's a little, like Libby was saying, it's a little unusual to do something like this. I don't think it's necessary,
yeah.
and I think it actually could hurt you in the long
Okay.
run if, personnel, I
The-
guess, change.
One of the things is the bank asked for us to make sure all our permits were up to date for financing, so we said we're coming in front
I
of
would
them.
just have a letter like this,
Yeah,
and just say, and that you went to the Conservation Commission and they agreed that you already had a permit.
could we get a
until that
letter back stating you agree with our letter, or yes, your order conditions under
Perhaps
is a
if the
valid?
chair wants to just state for the minutes that they recognize the permanent extension act extends this for 2 years.
Yeah.
That
As long
might
as
be
I have,
helpful for
Go to
them.
YouTube and watch it. Send them the link on YouTube.
When the minutes come out, it'll be in there pretty clearly.
I typed up saying.
yeah, that,
from the chair
it could
saying
even be
that
an
you
email from
agree
Nick on your
according to
half, just
the
as long as I have
statute.
something, I
One at
guess.
a time.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So if Lynn says it, that she'd like that in the minutes, it will certainly end up in the minutes. And I'm also happy to send an email reflecting that the chair said that the commission recognized the Permit Extension Act extends this permit for 2 years.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think that
I
is
think that
fine.
works.
That works.
Yep.
Yep.
Good.
They want something.
If they want something,
Yeah, that's fine.
but I don't think that would really be an issue.
Okay.
Because nobody else is coming in and saying the same thing to us.
I
so.
understood.
But I understand where you're coming
It may
from.
not be recordable, but I
No,
don't think
that's-
you need it recordable.
And I think that's fine, as long as we have something, and I appreciate the clarity on that.
Yeah, if your bank needs something, we can give it to you.
Yeah.
With
It's not a big
regards
deal.
to your second issue, whether you can start to get your compost tubing in or not, you know, it's something that needs to be done. You want to start it within a couple of, 2 to 3 weeks, and we would like to have a pre-construction meeting
Sure.
before that time.
I absolutely we need to. I think the commission just, they're looking for clearly what the commission wants out of this. So I don't know if it sounded like he gets it all staked off, exactly what that limit of work's gonna be, and then he can go in and clear, put down the compost tube, and then have us back out a second time after that. Or if the commission wants to see it compost tube, come out and see that, and then he clears.
Right.
I think those would kind of be the two options with it.
They'll go inwards.
That's in the order of conditions as well, Gene.
Okay.
I was looking at the plans, the topo, the existing conditions plan, it looks pretty flat, right? Is the property
Yes,
flat?
most of it is, yeah, towards the back, it's kind of walks, grades down,
But it's not a steep slope.
not at this point.
Typically, I'm not a fan, but it makes sense if he's gonna be doing the blowing in. It sets a weird precedent, but
I have a feel, correct me if I'm wrong, you've been dealing with this much longer, it almost just happens everywhere, no matter what.
Exactly.
Because in order to set it, you have to do some level of something.
usually it's a corridor clearing, like along your line.
Yep.
This is a whole, the blowing in isn't as common. They're still using the pieces and overlapping them. And typically, a lot of people still use fencing.
On a
Hay
large,
bales.
on a larger project, I've never not blown it in.
See, that's the difference between northeast and southeast.
We don't see a ton of blown in here either, but
I've just seen a lot of enforcements result from clear cutting a lot before they're finished putting erosion controls in. That's why I'm asking if it's flat.
Understood.
And it depends on who you got the cutting, who's doing the cutting.
Scott Johnson, Land Clearing, he typically does our roads.
Because I've seen some real butchers.
He's been around here for a while.
Okay, so what does he need from us?
I think a motion to allow him to,
Well, to set up a site, pre-construction.
Pre-construction meeting.
that's it.
Yeah, I would think a pre-construction meeting would better be,
Why don't you do a pre-construction meeting and authorize Nick to,
Make a decision.
to
Approve the cutting.
approve the cutting
yes.
specifically in the areas on site, and if Nick sees an area where he thinks there might be a problem with it, he can always call that out and they can work out a solution.
Motion to approve what you just said.
Before we get into the motions.
And then you want to inspect this, have him inspect the socks afterward, once they're in.
yeah, and I'd be inviting commissioners to either,
Yes.
both of those site visits, as I do on all of them.
Yep.
I have to ask members of the public first if they have questions before we make motions. You're good, okay. All right, now I can bring it back.
I will say one thing too. One of the conditions hasn't been met of that Whitman order of conditions. It's supposed to be submitted to us. You say
Yep.
you've gotten it,
Yep, I'm gonna email you
but
that.
do not call me for that site visit until you get that to me.
Oh, that's not a problem.
So-
It's emailed, yeah.
Yeah,
Just to satisfy and check that box.
Yeah,
off.
that's not an issue.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we had discussed that.
feel free. I just want to be clear on that so we don't get confused.
Yeah, no, perfect. Okay, so I think we got it. Somebody, AJ was making the motion?
Yes. Motion to allow, starting with meeting with Nick to approve the plan to install silt fence, and then a meeting after erosion controls and measures are put in place.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
Oh,
your.
and here's your plan.
All right, thanks for
Yeah.
refreshing my memory
Yeah,
on
sorry,
that.
it's been so long. Thank you, too.
That was a
All
while ago, a couple of years ago.
Tight space.
right.
All right, see you later.
Next, SCOA 40593, notice of intent filed by Anya Smith to construct a new 6 by 11 front entryway, and 16 by 32 rear addition with attached deck, project located at 204 Rockland Street.
Okay.
Yes.
This is an NOI.
Yes.
Abby,
How are you?
I'm very well. Yourself?
Number yet for this?
I'm very well. Haven't seen you in a while.
No, I know.
That's good or bad, but,
I was gonna say, that can go both ways.
yeah.
It's been a while.
Okay.
So would you like
You
to
all-
begin?
Yeah,
Yep, we're ready.
certainly. Kyle Garvey, representing Anna Smith for property located at 204 Rockland Street. The property contains, I don't know, do you all have a copy of the plan? I would
We
assume?
do.
Okay. The property contains 2.317 acres and contains mostly wetlands, except roughly around 17,000 square feet that is at the southeast corner of the property. Remaining, the site is 2.317 acres, and the majority is wetlands. The original house was built in 2004 and was purchased by the Smiths in 2016. The Smiths would like to make improvements to the house by adding 2 additions, one at the front of the house, which is an 11 by 16 entryway addition, which is on the right side of this addition at the front of the house. And also a 16 by 30 kitchen family room addition with master bedroom on the second floor to the rear of the property. This is the proposed addition in rectangle that's shown on the plan. Presently, there is a 16 by 16 foot deck, as you can see on the existing addition, and so a portion of that 16 by 30 addition will be where the present deck is in the back. The wetlands were delineated by Pine Brook Consulting, shown on the plan as start WF through WF 12 as far as the wetland delineation on the site. And if you've been to the site, it's pretty well protected. There's a chain link fence that runs along the entire upland portion of the property. There's rows of planting boundaries that are also in front of the fence that are also on the upland side of the BVW. The project does not require the altering of any resource area, only work within the 100-foot buffer zone under the Wetlands Protection Act. The existing dwelling is located within the Abington 35-foot no-build and 25-foot no-disturb zones, which was done prior to your regulations. Results in any addition to this dwelling would also be within those zones. So the
existing dwelling obviously is in there, and the proposed addition would also be within that area. The erosion control will be installed along the northerly side once we show an erosion sock that you just talked about on the last one, 12-inch sock that runs along the chain link, fence area and around the area that any construction would take place. We show a work area for demolition and for storage of materials to build the house in those two areas. And basically, the project has limited alternatives for expansion due to the limited uplands, and it will not impact the remaining 83% of the wetland area on the site as proposed.
So Nick and Jim and I went out to the site today. Yeah, it looks like the deck and the proposed addition are already in the 25-foot. And one thing that I was worried about, though, is that the limit of work goes into that 25-foot. And when we met Mrs. Smith, she's got some beautiful trees in there that you mentioned your husband would be very upset if they got hurt and disturbed. It's a beautiful property, beautifully done. And I don't think, just from that alone, I would highly discourage any sort of work being done there, but also because of our regulation. So if you can push back that limit of work to be as outside the 20-foot buffer as possible. I know you mentioned your husband would be there, but as we mentioned, things can go and people say, well, this is what the plan said, and we don't want your beautiful property to be disturbed.
Yeah, this limited work area entails roughly the edge of it starts around the edge of the driveway, and it does go into the lawn area, but it doesn't really have to go that far. It can be cut right in through this area here.
Yeah.
There's no plans of taking down any of those trees.
Yeah, but the way this is drawn, it looks like you have to do work in there.
Right.
And that would affect,
On the side where the stone
on the
wall,
side.
where the big drop-off is. So as you're looking at the front of the house, the side to the right, there was a beautiful blue spruce there. And I think what Lynn was saying was that if you could just move it in to show where you actually need to work, because from what I understood from Anna, Mrs. Smith, this area is going to be very well protected. Also on this plan, where the proposed addition is and the proposed new deck is, that's all hardscape now, which we found that out when we made the site visit, which it's already been pre-disturbed and everything. From what I understand, you have not hired a construction crew, but the construction would be on a slab. And there already is there's only like maybe a 3-foot area between the house and your patio where there's some arborvitaes which will be lost. But it's already pre-disturbed with hardscape.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, there's the existing deck, and then there's the patio with a fire pit in there, which So, you're correct in saying that. That's the area that we're
Carl,
actually building on.
Can you just come back to the mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Doesn't get picked up when we record it.
Get my good side.
And the nice
There is
thing
one.
is, the nice thing about this is when you're worried, okay, is the wetland flagging accurate? You go to the fence and it's a steep drop off and there's rocks.
It's gotta be
and
like, what,
it's
8 foot
very,
drop?
and you definitely can see, okay, there it is.
Yeah.
There's the line beyond that, so. Those are my only concerns here, is just making sure we stay out of the 25-foot with the limit of work as much as possible.
Right.
And make sure that things that need to be protected are protected.
So if that could be tightened up a bit for us to accept the plan as it, as shown.
Yeah, well, we would have Nick go out and take a look at it before, and
Yeah.
And as Lynn pointed out to Mrs. Smith, you want to make sure your trees are located somewhere on here so you know that they're not going to go.
Sometimes people will have circles of trees and then trees to
Like they did over
remain.
here.
trees to be
the arborvitae,
removed
yeah.
on the plan, so it's very clear to people, like, what's gonna stay and what's gonna
It's for your
go.
protection as well as us, so,
That would be my recommendation, is have those changes there.
yeah.
I have a couple questions. So after your proposed addition is built in the deck, is there any additional patio or hardscaping and/or fire pit anticipated?
It's already existing.
No, I know the proposed addition is going over it, though.
The whole area,
So-
like where the new deck is proposed,
There's a-
beyond that is where the fire pit is, so it's already like probably, Carl, you know here where you propose the addition and the new proposed deck with the staircase coming down, that fire pit actually goes out beyond there. It's kind of in line with that little fence square that you have by the paved parking area.
It's
Yeah,
not
actually,
on
well,
the
the
plan.
deck is gonna be probably 12 feet off the ground.
Yeah, but-
So the pit that I'm showing here, this deck it'll be located underneath the existing deck. It won't be moved.
Right,
I mean, it won't be having a fire under it, but it won't be moved.
right, it's just that.
So that,
I guess that's, my question was, are they going to have a new fire pit anywhere that will be put in behind there and used with additional hardscaping that isn't shown on the plan yet?
no,
Thank you.
yeah.
So, is this a surveyed plan?
Yes.
So, how, where's your benchmark?
Yeah, I mean, we did, the layers are shut off on this. We did a complete topography of the entire lot, and we tied into the town of Abington sewer system.
Okay. So you did a topo, but the topo's not on here. On this,
No, I may have it with me though. I can supply it, I shut the layer off because it was getting so complicated on the
Oh,
plan that
okay.
I
Yeah,
just
it's not
had
on the
somebody say we
it's not
shouldn't
on
show
the existing-
contours.
Yeah, it's not on the existing either, so that was my question, because and there's no benchmark, so I wasn't sure. And then the flags were actually then surveyed,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. yeah.
plotted on? Okay.
Yeah.
Because none of that information as to how that is or what happened or anything is on the plan. You stamped it, but it's not here, so I wasn't at all
No,
clear.
the flags were located with the theodolite and the EDM distance to them.
Okay. In the future, it's always good to put that on a plan, if you're stamping it, so we know how that was done.
Yep.
Please, thank you. Is there a pool on the patio, or is it a hot tub or anything? I was looking at aerials and there was
It's like a
another.
gazebo roof.
Is it, gazebo roof over there, okay.
Yeah, like one of those metal kind of
Yeah,
do-it-yourself
yeah.
cake kind of things.
Yeah, the new ones that are all hard. They're all hard roof now. Okay, those are my questions, thank you.
Does look like a hot tub cover.
Yeah.
Looks like a hot tub cover on the aerial.
Anybody else have any questions? Bringing it to the public? Anything? No? Bring it back to the board?
I think at the site visit, with Nick there as the building, but as our conservation agent, he actually could answer the question about what I had about, is this gonna be put on piers, is this gonna be a slab? You know, were they planning on digging a foundation? And it was clarified that it's going to be on a slab, which is already on the hardscape, except for the 3-foot where the arborvitaes were next to the house. So that answered one of my biggest questions. We had a similar situation in another piece of property in town where it was very tight like this, and they were in the 25 and 35, and, you know, that addition happened to go up on piers,
Yes.
which was not invasive at all. And they would not be working on the side where the barrier is, where the chain link fence and the big drop-off is, because there's no place for them to work in there. It would strictly have to be accessed through the driveway, and they would have to start from the furthest point in and back their way out. we can address, so that was answered for me, so, those were my concerns. It's all hardscape, where the new deck is gonna be, where the proposed addition's gonna be, it's all hardscape now. And, I didn't mean to interrupt your question, Libby, but we saw that there was a fire pit there, and it just went beyond where the new deck was proposed, so I was assuming nothing was gonna happen to it. So, that's what I saw. I wish we had taken pictures, because that's one thing we've gotten away from, is taking pictures of the sites to bring it back to the commission so they could actually see what we saw. So,
I know, I forgot to.
yeah, we gotta get back to basics with copies of pictures, befores and
Thank you,
afters.
Stories, you know what
Because if you ever go back and look in a file, you wanna see what it looked like before and what it ended up looking with, because a lot of times when it comes to the COC, we wanna make sure that, oh, anyway, that's my comment, so.
Any other comments? Sure. Motion?
I would say a motion to approve, SE 0840593. Notice
Stop
of,
you for a second.
sorry,
In the motion, can you mention that the limit of work needs to get moved?
yes, I was gonna add that to the end.
Sorry.
Wow,
Second.
because she's chair.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I will make a motion to approve SE 0840593 with the changes that were made with moving the line of limited of work where it needs to be, and the tree that will not be removed be placed on the plan as well, and that, I lost my train of thought. The notice of intent filed by Anya Smith to construct the 6-foot by 11-foot front entryway, which has no real impact, and the 16 by 32 rear addition with attached deck. Project located at 204 Rockland Street.
I will second that motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Garvey.
Okay.
Tom was just asking about you.
Lynn, you want to just tell them about how we do our order conditions?
Yeah, my hubby.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Still in Rockland.
Yes, he is.
So, for the order of conditions, we can either do that tonight, or he just left the room. We should do it next, at the next meeting.
At the next
Long.
meeting,
Yeah.
yeah.
So is it your practice to require they submit a plan before you write your order, so you can reference it?
With the
With the
changes?
changes? Or do you, just require it after you write your order, which I never recommend, but.
Yeah, no, I would think that when we have changes, especially with the limit of work area having to be moved, that an email could, or a text, something go out to Kyle stating that we will need the new plans before we write the order conditions, because he actually left before we had an opportunity to say,
Yeah, I bolted.
yeah, well,
When you get an approval, you leave the room.
yeah, they don't want to.
Felt when I was on the other side.
If we could just follow up, Nick, with an email telling him that, we'll need the new plans with the noted adjustments before we write the order of conditions at the September 8th meeting,
Yes.
so.
Okay, sounds good. All right, next up, getting towards the end, y'all. Update on enforcement order for 308 Brockton Ave. Is anybody here from that property?
I saw.
Somebody in the hall?
Oh, is he?
We'll see who's out there.
Frank, is it Frank?
Yeah, but I haven't seen him.
Probably want to go to bed.
It's late, I know.
It's really late.
An apology for that.
You don't mean it.
I do mean it, I do.
Are they here?
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's here
Okay.
for that one.
We'll
I-
vote for, we'll
we'll
continue it
just-
to the next
Yeah,
meeting.
next, September 8th.
I don't think we need a vote for that.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Update on enforcement order for 182 Groveland Street. Is anybody from that property?
Hi,
Hi.
this is Johnny Machino, 182 Groveland Street.
Hi. So we have a Wetlands restoration plan from Brooke Monroe of Pine Brook Consulting. And there's a hand-drawn sketch. Is Brooke here?
No. Brooke had emailed, she had a prior commitment to be at a Conservation Commission meeting in Duxbury.
Yes.
So she's at just a different Concom meeting.
Okay.
She did invite me out on the day that she was working on the delineation. They excavated pretty much from that dog leg in the driveway, straight out. They started back closer to the tree line, brought it up to a couple of feet from the asphalt. We're still finding hydric soils and then stopped there, rather than starting to dig the asphalt without talking to the commission first. I think that end of the driveway, they were saying previously was there historically. It's kind of almost even with that fence line that the two neighbors have.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they grabbed one test pit kind of behind the shed, again, hydric. And rather than continuing the digging into the shed, they stopped to come to the commission and talk to them first. So we didn't find anything to indicate upland while we were there, but it's certainly wetland out back.
Okay.
I think Brooke, in talking to her on site, was kind of grabbing the fence lines and the yards of the two neighbors and kind of assuming this one historically met that area. Even those two neighbors, you can tell if you dig in their backyards that have been there for many, many years, you're probably finding hydric as well.
Yeah.
So I think the hope was to kind of take that fence line that everyone else had and kind of get back to that. Is kind of where her restoration's planned. The hand drawn's a little tougher to dissect, but based on what she was telling me on site, I think that was kind of the intent of it.
Okay.
I don't know if she's available for the next meeting to say it herself, but just so you guys aren't kind of trying to guess what the thought process was,
Well,
that was my understanding of it.
This is unusual.
Yeah, the hand drawn surprised me.
Yeah.
That wasn't discussed.
I mean, when we were on site there, you could almost see the difference in grade and even soil color from like the fence posts back. So, no disagreement from me that they probably filled a swamp to put the backyard in 50 years ago. But I think you could say that about every house on that street along that section. I think our concern falls in line with what she roughly has sketched here from the fence line back.
So when she did, I'm just looking at this plan, Nick, she took samples by the shed?
There was one hole dug by the shed.
Okay.
Yep.
And it was hydric?
Absolutely.
And then she stopped, didn't, break up pavement?
Correct.
Okay.
They wanted to talk to the commission before they got deeper into it, I think was the thought.
Yeah.
So pretty much if you look at actually kind of right where it says tree line,
Yep.
it was a trench run from there up to a couple feet from the asphalt, and it was pretty consistent right through. I mean, the soil was gray going on white. And then over behind the shed, maybe 5-6 feet from it, behind it, same thing in that spot.
But alongside the shed, because she has the estimated wetland crossing or boundary behind the shed, not to the side.
No, I think it was behind the cement.
It was behind the shed, like,
Yeah.
if you're looking at the plan towards the top of the sheet is where the test pit was dug. When I was there for over an hour, I left, Brooke was still there. I don't necessarily hold someone's hand through the whole thing, but
Absolutely. No, I'm
it
just
seemed
wondering.
everything, my guess, and I think Brooke's guess, she's not here for it, is everything that wasn't paved was probably gonna come up hydric.
Yeah, okay. So this line is probably incorrect.
It's certainly estimated. In my opinion, it's probably incorrect as well, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's more their estimated. I think that's more of an estimate of the historical use line than the wetland line. I think would probably be a better description of it. Kind of connecting those two fences.
She didn't give us a sketch of where the pits were dug, did she?
It does not look like it.
When did she actually do this work?
It was August 2026.
Yeah, it
Well, it was written.
towards the start of the month. Like I said, she did invite me out for it.
I would like, I believe, to have her come in.
Looked like August 4th
Okay.
is when of the digging was done.
This is very difficult for us to be able to look at as a sketch rather than a more
Yeah.
professional thing, which I know she's capable of doing.
Even her proposal for restoration, I have lots of issues with.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because we have a lot of questions and issues, and the homeowner has now put her trust in this, and we're missing a lot of information that she should have provided to us in a better format.
Okay.
The homeowners, I will
Then
say,
the wetlands is behind the fence then, or?
that's what's still being, they're trying to determine. I just want to say the homeowners clearly got right on this and were very accommodating with
And we appreciate
Very-
everything
yeah.
that you did. It's just that your wetland scientist is very vague with her information. Had she been here tonight, she would have been able to answer questions. You know, we don't normally get drawings like this.
Okay.
I honestly would suggest that you go back to her and say, the commission said to go back and redo this properly.
Okay.
And to not charge you for that. Because you've already paid her, I don't know how much money, but it's not your fault that she submitted a
Yeah.
proposal that's subpar, in my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, you can look at the difference between something that the survey does here and like this.
You know,
There's a major difference.
she's been in business for a long time, she knows better
She's
than
done
this.
business in Abington a lot too, so she should know better.
And if she has questions, you can direct her to Nick about
Okay.
this, but,
And if she submitted something new, like how I'm gonna know if it's like well done?
it's
or
actually well
not?
done.
Yes.
I mean, that would,
Maybe I can contact him and, or just gonna be in the next meeting, because she said we have to plant in October, I think, right, at least?
yeah, September, October.
September, yeah.
Yes.
She's
Well-
got time. We have more meetings.
There's,
So-
and there's issues I have with this plan, this planting proposal too, so there's,
I think one thing if the commission's willing to help with direction on this, there was questions of whether the shed was gonna be required to be removed, or if there was a possibility of that staying. I don't know if you remember that straight shot of the driveway. I mean, in my opinion, it's been there a long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the paving kind of hooked around the house, but it got
Right.
expanded. Kind of took out the yard, it looked like they kind of paved over the yard and then made a new yard.
Right.
So I think it would help them with their plan. Again, you guys might not be ready to make the decision. Are you gonna tell them to remove the shed? Are you gonna tell them to cut the pavement back and put some more grass down? So that they can put it on paper rather than coming with,
Where
again,
does-
kind of this thought.
Where does that whole structure stand?
It's probably,
within-
probably in a wetland, if not,
in a
it's,
wetland.
it's
definitely
definitely
in a
within
wetland.
5 feet of wetland.
Is it condemned? Is it being taken down, rebuilt?
So the commission's not here to do building code.
I was gonna
No,
say-
I'm asking, is it being touched already? Is that in the works?
Currently, they boarded it off so no one can go in it, and they're waiting for a determination on what's gonna happen with it.
Okay. That's more, if it's being replaced, obviously we have to do it accordingly. That's just my thoughts, but.
It wasn't supposed to be built there in the first place. There's no permits for it.
Correct.
Typically, what we would do is just say, you gotta get rid of it and put the property back to where it was. So getting rid of the pavement, putting the grass back in, and then coming up with a planting plan. And I guess, maybe Libby, if you have things you wanna say now about the plantings.
What if we, I don't mean to interrupt you, but could we put this together in a letter to Brooke and say, you know, what you submitted on behalf of the homeowner is subpar. There's too many questions. You weren't available to come to the meeting. We need this, and this.
I have a real problem in enforcement doing that, because the burden, I mean, it puts a lot of burden on the commission to start doing that kind of a thing.
You're right. But I'm trying to think on behalf of the poor homeowner here. I mean, she's got a plan here that Brooke submitted to us, and we're looking at it going,
She told me like she thought was not a big deal about the shed to being there, then I don't know.
It's
I
not just
think
the
she
shed,
just
it's just
did
this whole
like a
presentation.
plan for the wetland problem. I think she said, I don't think it's gonna be a problem. About
But
the
I wouldn't
shed.
take her word on that, because
No.
that's the
No,
commission's
that's okay.
judgment.
Yes, I understand.
And it's not just the sketch. I mean, I've had
No.
restoration plans done with sketches before by wetland scientists, but they have a really concise, specific, written support for their sketches.
Right.
And with, tape measurements from known spots, things like that.
Yeah, it
but-
doesn't have to be computerized.
Doesn't need to be a survey plan either, but it can be,
Right.
you know, just, you know, not putting the pits on.
On
Putting
the
a sketch
last
with
meeting
pits
we
on.
had on this, we had pictures. Was that pictures on the sidewalk, or was that aerial?
that was
Was
from
from
the
Google
real
Maps?
estate.
One was from Zillow.
So, okay, I was gonna ask her if it was like a Google Maps, or if it was, or if we
We had
took.
Google-
Did
we
we
had
take?
that too.
Yeah, because I remember there was some other structures we had questions on, but I didn't know if we had pictures from the sidewalk presented at the meeting after the sidewalk, did we?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
No.
We should really get in the practice of that as well after sidewalks, to
Yeah.
either text each member of the committee or print them out or something.
Agreed.
That should be a practice, but, I mean, this is just, in my opinion, it's just a little subpar compared to,
Yeah.
for what should be presented is, I don't know exactly what you paid for it, but I would,
I mean, the number of trees, the size of the trees, I mean, the specifications in our regulations.
There's also just tons of strange things in her written report. I mean, she goes into soils replacement, but there's a bunch of holes you could drive a truck through in that. She's talking about, you know, somebody's gonna determine the organic content, if the soils aren't adequate, where they're gonna be sourced, who's gonna determine that. She talks about seeding in the fall, for germination in the fall, of seed that typically doesn't germinate till the spring, with no explanation for winter protection for the whole site. Monitoring by a qualified individual. What is that?
I do appreciate that she used the Latin terms, though, for the plantings.
So she didn't put them into.
That was one of the things we learned at the last class that we held here with Epsilon. They said make sure they include the Latin names,
Well, that's kind of standard, yeah.
but a lot of times it's not put on there.
Then she talks about 2 full growing seasons. Well, quite frankly, if you put plants in the fall of 2026 and call it a final monitoring in 2027, that's not 2 growing seasons.
No?
Let's do the math here.
But again, I mean, this is something that a homeowner, I mean, she's not,
maybe we should wait just to ask the questions for Ms. Monroe instead of the homeowner, which she probably doesn't.
yeah. So, how do you want to proceed, Madam Chair?
How do you tell someone to do
Their job
their
better?
job properly?
Do we just tell her to watch the meeting on, when it gets posted online and then see her at the next meeting?
YouTube.com, conservation meeting.
Well, you can tell the applicant to bring her consultant to the next meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the violator.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. But in terms of, I mean, do we want to make a decision about the shed and the paved area?
I don't know if it needs to be a decision, but I think it would help to progress things if if the commission's certain on those things without hearing more from Brooke, then you might as well put it out there and let them start working on those things for their next plan. If you want to, the next meeting's pretty quick. It's 2 weeks from tonight, which is usually we have at least a few weeks. So if you want to just tell them to sit tight and we'll talk in 2 weeks, then I don't see a problem with that either. It's honestly, it's starting to feel like we're gonna miss this fall growing and it's gonna be a spring plant no matter what anyways,
Right,
at this point.
okay, so,
I think in terms of guidance, removal of the shed, putting the paved lot back to its original condition, with the grass would be my recommendation. Of course, keep the driveway.
There's a shed on pavement now?
It's a big, it's not like a little shed.
So this should just come like
A
this,
big
like that, and then it was all yard, they
piece
could
of
have paved all that, and put a
building,
shed right
yeah.
off the side.
Then we would be able like to move the shed to another place, like for the side of the yard, in case.
From a wetland perspective, that's something we'd have to look at. You could potentially look at that as part of a restoration plan, where to put it, but from the zoning and other issues, that's,
Yeah, zoning wise,
Yeah.
it's 10 feet from the property line and 10 feet from the house. So they might be able to stick it up here somewhere, but, I think I'd put that to them to put it on a plan, what they wanna do and run from there.
okay, so have Brooke Monroe come to the next
September 8th.
September 8th.
September 8th meeting. You continue until September 8th and make sure that Brooke is here.
But I asked her to come today. If she, what I'm gonna do if she says she's not gonna come? I'm gonna tell her tomorrow she needs to be
Well,
here.
I mean, if you paid her for your services, and you can tell her that the commission was not real pleased and that she needs to come to the next one because we have too many questions for you to be concerned with. She was your wetlands scientist. She is supposed to provide us with the information that we're looking for, and she has not done that.
Okay.
Just say the commission is requiring her presence at their next meeting.
Okay,
Right, and I'm very sorry that you're going through this.
it's fine. Then it's gonna be September 15.
September
8th.
8th.
Okay, okay. Anything else? Or-
No, thank you. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your time, too.
Yeah, this has been a long night.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
See you September 8th.
Next up, we have update on enforcement order for 22 Helm Street.
Right.
Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm Garrett Tunison from Tunison Environmental Consultants. I was contracted to delineate the wetlands out at the site. So basically, I delineated the wetlands and I did notice as far as the soils, we had a couple areas of difficult soils. We had what's considered a spodosol, so that in basically the soil horizons, you have an A layer, which of course is your darker layer. Then we had a very bright layer, or we actually had, yes, bright, well, we had the B1 horizon was typically 6.1 to 6.2 10YR. So that was the depleted or the lighter color. And then immediately underneath that, we had a B2 horizon that was approximately a 6.8 10YR. So we had, basically, we have a layer that's constrictive. So we have water coming down and sitting in that B1 horizon before it more rapidly infiltrates below, once it gets below that layer. So it's basically, that's the depleted layer. So it's more of a difficult soil to delineate. So we did find those, but we also found a typical A horizon that was dark. It was typically, it was 10YR 2.1, and it was underlain by a 10YR 6.1 or 5.1. So those were the more typical hydric soils that you'll see when you go out for your wetland delineations. So basically, any of the areas where I found any of the hydric soils were, of course, on the wetland side of the line. There were a couple areas where I found some upland soils, but there was still, the majority of it was wet. You might have one or two spots that were up. Those were still included in the line as well. So I tried to be conservative with the line. So typically, it was in the herbaceous layer, we had sweet pepperbush, clethrell nifolia, and then in the shrub layer, we had the same. Occasionally, there was a high bush blueberry, Vaccinium coriambosum. These are all either facultative or facultative wet species. And then in the tree layer, we had either facultative red maple, so Acer rubrum, or yellow birch, which I believe is Betula pennsylvanica. So we had those were the species. So then we had a pretty distinct upland area, which was typically the soil horizons were a 2-2-10 YR, and then they were underlain by a 6-8 or 6-6 10 YR B horizon. And typically it was sandy loam or fine sandy loam in the A layer to a sandy loam in the B layer. And then on the upland side, we had a mix of pine and oak. So sometimes we had pin oak, but we often had either a white or red oak as well. So, which are that's Quercus rubra or Quercus alba. And of course that is fac up along with the pines. So that was typically the way the wetland line broke down along, on the subject of property. So other than that, that's pretty much how the wetland delineation went. Are there any questions? I provided the report. Hoping everyone saw it.
Yes. Where did I put mine?
What?
I have to share yours because I left it.
Okay.
So you'd mentioned there were areas where there had been, rocks, soils or something.
Yes.
So you didn't actually go down and do anything?
I went down. I'm pretty aggressive with my auger. It's bent and I've broken two for a reason, because I will get the soil. That's something you have to get the soil. So I always get the soil. So that was not an issue, but the soil was rocky. There are a couple of areas where I couldn't, and then I found wetland, and then I might have found upland. And if I found that, I put it in the wetland. So I did that. There was I think one spot where it literally was maybe a foot wide, and I found upland here, and wetland. I did not call that wet, because there was no vegetation to support it either. So I did find that, but that was very rare. So it was almost always pretty clear it was upland. So that's what I did. So in case anybody went out and looked at my line, reviewed my line, there wouldn't be issues. And in case you're wondering, I've been delineating since 1996. So, and I have a background in soils.
Oh, I bet Andrew Poyant loved that. He was our circuit rider, and that was his thing, soils. So, is there a way that you can pull your computer up and we can just pull this property up and do an overlay with the DEP wetland?
I can't show it on the screen because I've got Zoom turned
sorry.
off, but I can show.
Can I ask about the other wetland? I call it the other wetland because you say it's likely, well, you didn't connect the two, and you said that there possibly is an intermittent stream flowing within it.
Yes, so regardless, it's a wetland under your bylaw. I wasn't certain if it was under the state, but I felt it likely was. I didn't see clear evidence of flow. So what I mean by that is scoured soils, rack lines, things like that. Those were not discernible, but it looks like the way it's connected, it looks like water does flow through that, goes underneath the street. So likely there's water that does flow through it at some point, but it wasn't evident at this time of year. It's much more evident, in the fall or early spring. You'll see the, rack lines or things like that. Summer's a harder time of year to observe that, especially
Is there
at
a
that
culvert
point.
under the road at all?
I think there is, but that's further off, away from the property.
Okay.
So that's what I saw. So that's why I'm saying, very likely could be. I'm not saying it's not.
And reduce the opacity.
Am I missing it, or is there a flagging map here somewhere?
Yeah.
I never came in to look at the files. So. I mean, I know that
This is all that.
DEP.
Did all the filling. Didn't do any
It's really hard for me to see
stormwater.
this. I know, it's very hard to read this.
Beyond that.
But he's
years later,
saying
you bought
having
this
the-
part. This was an extra part.
He has a wetland line going through in here,
Plan with a delineation from way back when.
going into,
How close is it to this one?
so if we're looking at DEP, and I'm sorry, I don't
Oh,
have it up on the
is it the
screen.
DEP wetland?
Yeah, wetlands.
You have to
So-
be careful with those. Those are
Oh, I know,
drawn-
oh, we know,
Yeah,
we
we know
know.
that.
Okay, so you know
In
Scott Jackson
person.
at UMass Amherst, and his grad students are the ones that are using aerial
Yeah,
photos?
that was one of my first questions when I first came on board as an
Yes.
associate member. I'm like, why is it saying this? And then when you're out there in person, it's saying that. It actually, one property, it had the stream in the front of the house, and the stream was actually behind the house.
Yes.
So I do get that, because I did raise that question.
So the reason we are talking about this is because we're trying to figure out, based on here, the wetland line is actually in here, in this area, right? So it's,
Okay.
so basically you just took your samples along the tree line?
Yeah, I
There.
did go out a little bit into the area that was, looks like it was cut a while back. I did go into that area a little bit further up, but then the other areas on the side, those areas were pretty well vegetated, not the areas directly in the back of the property, so on the sides.
And you said something about how you couldn't go somewhere to somebody else's property? Oh, you need to be at the podium, I'm sorry,
That's what I'm talking
It's on the
about. I
other
just
file.
wanna make sure you had questions.
I turned my mic toward him.
That's okay, thanks.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I thought I saw something in there about how you couldn't go on other people's properties or something?
Well, we're not supposed to flag on other people's properties,
Right.
because then we're,
You went on Sorrell's property.
I did, and what I would say is any flags that are not, I think that's what the report's stating, any flags that are not on the property, we're not asking to confirm, because they're not on the property. They're just estimated, they're accurately delineated, but we're not going to say that, because if the property owner has an issue with that, I don't want to be responsible for wetlands on their property, because I didn't know where the property boundaries were. It wasn't staked at the time, and I was out in the woods. I was trying to use my phone and Google Maps, but you know how accurate that is. It's not like having a survey stake in the field, so.
So it looks like a lot. It seems to me that there's a lot more 100-foot buffer where there's been work in.
Yeah, I mean,
The
that's
actual,
what I was trying to.
because this is really where the line is. I mean, basically, he has it to pretty much just along the line of the vegetation. But you never went into the area that looks like it's been filled?
I did go into the area above where I flagged the line, because I was checking in a couple areas, because, I wanted to make sure there's no wetlands there. There was no wetlands. It's all upland soil at those locations.
How far down did you go?
I went down about 18 inches. I do, because I know Heidi Davis said a long time ago when she was with DEP, she said, make sure you go down at least 18 to 24 inches. It was tough getting down to 18. I went down at least 18. I have it marked on my auger, so I know.
She's still at DEP,
Is she?
retiring next year.
Yeah, okay. So I remember there's something about a consulting firm. I can't remember what she was going to do, but
No.
yes.
So when we're looking here on Mass Mapper and you can see where all this boat storage is, you went into those areas and you went down, how far?
Well,
You went down only 18 to 20. Was
Boat
there
boat
fill?
storage is a pad. There's a gravel pad there.
Yeah, yeah,
So no, I didn't go in the gravel pad,
okay.
because it's,
So there's fill that was brought in
I,
a long time ago.
it might have been a long time ago, because the areas I looked at in the back there, along the back, there's an A layer approximately this thick, so if anything was disturbed, it was disturbed a really long time ago. We're talking like probably 50 years ago. So in that area, the soils. Well, when I say disturbed, I'm talking about soils alone. Because I see that a lot in a lot of my delineations, and especially, I'm working on a site right now in Framingham, prime farmland. It was disturbed a long time ago, like 50 years ago, and it's no longer prime farmland. And there's also lagoons, the town has had wastewater treatment there, there's arsenic in them, and it's not prime farmland. So there's monitoring wells on the site, there's only little areas. So that's something that we were looking at. So I do see issues like that in my, in the work that I do. So this, I could tell it had not been disturbed it's been a very, very, very long time. So like 50 years, I would say. So to develop an A layer that's 4 or 5 inches deep would take at least that long.
I'm not talking about that, I'm talking
Okay.
about the area over here, where we can see over time.
No, I didn't look under the gravel pad because it looked like it was well established where the boats are. I didn't look under that. So I don't know how long ago that was disturbed. So, but in the areas that were natural soil behind, that I didn't see any issues there because I looked, because I want to make sure there's no wetlands. Most of that's low bush blueberry and it's upland soils.
How did you place your Zone A on the plan? Is it scaled off your format?
The Zone A was provided by the surveyor, so you're talking about the flood map, yes. So that was provided by the surveyor. So he gave that information along with the plan, so he went out and surveyed everything.
He's the one that put that on?
Yep.
Okay.
So if it's on there, I've been working with him for quite a while, he's pretty good. So I've never had any issues with anything he's provided me. So everything's very accurate.
So here's this wetland flags.
Sequence drawings?
This is
like
what they did.
Yeah.
So you got wetland flagging all in here.
Inside.
This is the buffer zone.
Well, he has the 100-foot buffer zone way out here.
Yeah, so.
I need to see.
And then this area,
Yeah.
this corner. So there's work that's been done in the buffer zone.
Well, yeah, I would think there's work done in the buffer zone, but I don't know how long it's been there, so I don't know. You got approval though way back when to do that, so I don't know.
It's been done, when I got the IDA for, back in 2000.
You got,
2000.
it was for cutting down some trees
Okay.
within a 100-foot buffer,
Okay.
outside of a 100-foot buffer, but it's not outside of a 100-foot buffer,
I
as we
don't,
can
I
see.
don't know what it was back then, so I don't
No,
know.
it was,
Right.
So,
I don't know what exactly he was relying on, but it wasn't something like this.
Right.
But I'm looking at all the boats and everything, that's all within, this whole thing is within the 100-foot buffer.
Yeah.
That's not something we approved.
okay.
The commission has never approved that.
This
You can
board
come up,
didn't-
Mike, if you want to speak, yeah.
This board may not have approved it.
I'm sorry,
The last board
Mike, can you
approved
just
it.
start with your name, please?
Oh, Michael Noonan,
And your
63
address?
Mulberry Drive.
Thanks, Mike.
But a previous board approved all this, so even though this board didn't, it was approved in 2000, and anything else with the existing has been existing since I bought it in 1996. The new property I bought, that I got the RDA to remove trees and just add some fill to fill in the stumps and so forth, that was approved by the Conservation Commission.
I mean, there's clearing, you have all this clearing that was done that was approved?
Yes.
Where? What was the NOI?
I mean, just
No, it
between,
wasn't an NOI, it was an RDA, it was outside the 100-foot buffer.
You had all of this work done
Can I look
just
at
in RDA?
no,
All of that?
No, no, this was existing. This has all been existing.
Well, I'm
since
looking
I
at
bought
this,
it.
Mike, and it's not all existing.
Okay.
This has been done over time. This is where I think you said
This
you
is
had.
right here, this 100, there's a state right here, this 100, this is all existing, and this was approved to clear it and so forth, and I was gonna put a building up back in
Sorry, did I get too close to it?
2009, I believe. This is existing, I never touched this, this is the way it's been since I bought it.
Okay, so if you go back to 2009, because can have historical imagery here, Mike, and.
Lynn, if you'd like to rejoin, the Zoom's back up.
Thank
Zoom's
you.
back up, so we can go to the big picture, sorry. It's just that,
I haven't, the property that's behind.
You're gonna have to read the number to me again.
oh, I got it, okay, 819.
The property that's behind Whitman Body Works,
Yep.
that I bought
779.
in, I think in 2009, I'm not sure. That was the date. I haven't done one thing to that, that's the way I bought the property. And as far as, I bought the other property, the other 3 parcels in 1996, and that property's been just the same since 1996. I don't know what your imagery shows, I can just tell you what the property was.
Well, I mean, it's DEP's imagery over the
Well,
course of years.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that, because I've owned the property since 1996, the 3 parcels, as you come in on Helm Street on the left.
Okay,
So,
well, she can call it up and show you if you want to just
this
give us a
is,
minute, all right? So let us,
That's what it currently looks
okay,
like.
these are this is my property, right, this is Helm Street,
yep,
this is 14 Bedford, these are my property right here, and this has been the exact same since I bought it in 1996, there's actually 3 parcels here. This is all one parcel now, because I did a Plan A, I mean a Form A.
let's go
And
ahead.
this has been existing since I bought it.
Oops. Zoom, oh, you zoomed it out. You touched it.
Yeah, you can't touch the screen
touch the
because it
screen.
changes the imagery.
Sorry.
It's okay. So that picture right there is what year, Lynn?
This is 2008, 2009.
That's 2008, 2009, and there's your pieces of property.
Yeah.
Okay? So then,
It's all clear, those trees, I think that's just imagery.
Can you
That's just imagery, that those,
Lynn, I don't know if
we did take, I'm sorry, a tree did die in here that we took down, it went dead. And I think these trees by the house are still here. And behind the house is, I don't know, it's just grass. But all this was already cleared since I bought it.
Let's go and zoom.
Yeah, I think,
Sorry.
Nick, I think you might have to take the big board and, oh, where, maybe not.
I can zoom out a little bit more. Nope,
Okay.
it's not gonna work.
How's that? Nick's touching the board, so that's pretty good.
And don't forget, all this was all approved, and I had a notice of intent to clear all this anyways when I was gonna put the building up. The building just didn't go up because I lost financing. That house was supposed to be removed and all this was supposed to be worked in. That was all done with a set of plans, and I had a notice of intent and a order of conditions to do that, and it just expired because I lost the financing.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about that parcel up front as much as I am concerned about the parcel in the back that dips down where it's all trees right there. Because as you.
This right here, let me see, right here is where I cut, I cut about from here.
Okay, so we can see the progression.
Yeah, I'm having
But
trouble.
what I cut was approved by the board, or the
Yeah.
commission. That was all approved. I
Yeah,
didn't do-
it said up to the 100-foot buffer,
Yeah.
but that's in the 100-foot buffer, is what we're telling you based on what we're seeing and based on the wetland line.
I gave him a set of plans that, and it's
But,
on file.
But based on what Mr. Tunison just flagged, he flagged the wetland line and it's in a 100-foot.
It's
But this-
current.
Okay.
It's basically, what I flagged is
What the-
what there is now. It may have very easily have changed. 'Cause I go back and delineate wetlands 3 or 4 years
And
later.
yes, and I
then-
know, and that's why a
I've-
delineation is only good for 3 years. I
Yes,
understand
yes,
that.
yes.
I understand
So
that.
I don't know if that's
They ebb
the-
and they flow, I get it.
I don't know if that's the situation here.
Right.
And there is stormwater going in there, so it wouldn't shock me that it's been increasing.
That's why I'm having her do the overlay with DEP and then looking at it, progressing it over the years, because you can see the
But
changes as it happens.
It would be, there may be changes in the pad, but what were the changes in the wetland? We wouldn't know that unless it was delineated. And if he had it delineated and approved at an earlier date, that would be what was
I
the
think the
wetlands at
permission
the
back
time.
then was to cut a few trees down and to pull the stumps out and to fill.
Okay.
But to stay out of
I don't believe the
100
RDA said anything about fill.
No, it didn't.
No, but if it was.
It was
to
just cutting
cut-
down
It was
trees.
in the minutes.
Yep,
So
we read the
it was in-
minutes.
It was in the minutes that I could bring the fill into that part, and also that I went to the planning board. I never got the remaining fill, and I never filled in, but I went to the planning board, and I got permission to get more fill, but I never brought it in.
The RDA doesn't talk about fill, it talked only about trees.
It was in the minutes of the meeting.
Yeah, I read them. It's, your RDA does not talk about fill. You went to planning for fill, but you never went to
It was
Conservation
mentioned in the
Commission
minute,
for
in the
fill.
minutes of the meeting that I was
I read
going to
that.
fill.
Under the law, the minutes of the meeting do not overrule what the actual documentation issued by the commission says.
Well, again, I went to the board with the RDA to remove trees and just fill the stumps, the area that was gonna be, the stumps were gonna be removed and so forth. So I had permission to do it. I didn't try to go behind anybody's back and do anything. This was back in 2000. I had another delineation done back then by another firm to do the wetlands and so forth. So I don't know what you're asking me to do, but I had permission to do what I did. It wasn't from this particular board, but it was from the commission back then.
You happen to have a copy of your request for determination on you?
I don't know. It must be on file someplace.
Okay, I was
Yeah,
just curious. Or if you had
I don't think
the
so.
plan referenced, if you have a copy of the plan
I'd have
referenced.
to find out. I got so much stuff I'd have to find out.
No, okay.
But it'll be on file in the
We'll see
office.
if we can find what he has, okay?
It'd be nice to see an overlay of those two delineations.
Yep.
But again, what I did now, I will gladly go out with your agent and walk, see what it's accurate. I don't know about the old one or what was done then, so wherever the wetlands were back then, they very easily could have changed over time. So I don't know what the difference is, and I've had things change significantly. A wetland can occur, you can get hydric soils within a few years, or
Yep.
it can take over 100 years. It just depends upon what soils you're dealing with, the mineral content, how much water they get, if you have a lot of water sitting on them, if they're more of a, if you have a perched water table, or if you have the water table coming up from below.
That would be good.
So it just depends upon the hydrology also, as far as how quickly they convert. So, and I do a lot of ecological restorations, and especially wetland replications. So, and I see it, so, regularly. So I don't know what the situation was. And I've also had drainage, I've had beaver dams, I've had clogged stormwater drains, I've had everything that have changed hydrology. So there's a lot of factors here. So I don't know what those are, I can't say, because I wasn't around back then. But, see if we can find whatever paperwork exists.
I have it.
Okay.
I mean, I think we need to see the RDA, I think we need to look up everything, I think Lynn did read it,
Outside the 100-foot.
right?
What?
The work
RDA?
described in your request. Remove trees outside the 100-foot buffer as described on the plan. That's all. That's the only work.
Okay.
Remove trees.
So it'd be based upon whatever the wetland delineation was back then, where the 100-foot buffer would occur. So that would be, we'd have to look that up, find the plans. So that's what I don't know. So that would be the legal.
Here's the minutes of the meeting that was discussed. And it so states, Request for determination filed by Michael Noonan to remove trees outside the 100-foot buffer as shown on the plan on Helm Street. This property abuts Kathy's property. Jerry acted as chair. This is a new property he bought. He doesn't really have to file. This is outside the 100-foot buffer, but wanted to file an RDA because he's on the board and wanted to keep everything above board. He will be removing the trees and stumps, so we'll be filling in the holes in the stumps at the same grade. He would have to file an NOI if he did work within the 100-foot buffer. That's in the minutes.
But you would have this delineated in your, for your 2008 NOI, right?
For the building that you were
Yeah,
gonna put up.
for the building,
Yeah,
yes,
All right,
yes.
so we can go in and look at the plans for that building and see what the wetland line looked like back then.
Yes.
And if in fact the work was done within the 100-foot buffer, then we have an issue.
Yeah, that's how it would work, yeah.
But I didn't own the property you're talking about in the 100-foot buffer.
No, we know that, but we're just saying, whenever that building, whenever you were proposing to do that, you would have had to have done a delineation.
That was all
And we
approved.
can look at that delineation and apply it to the visible imagery from that same year to see if in fact you were in fact in the 100-foot buffer and not outside of it. That's what your wetland scientist is telling us to look for.
I'm saying you can look at the old wetland delineation,
Right.
see
In
where
order
where
to
the
see-
boundaries were. I don't.
That's correct.
Work-wise, you'd have to try to look at it from aerial photo. It's not gonna be completely accurate because it's not
Right,
ground
but
survey,
but it'll give us a good image.
it should give you an idea.
I mean, because we know lines can be off, and we understand that. But this whole thing came about because of snow being dumped, and we started looking at the entire site, which prompted this whole new delineation. But we can go back and look at what he submitted for that NOI, see what the delineation looked like.
Thank you.
And compare it to the aerial imagery for that year.
Yeah.
When he got approved by the RDA, he was to stay outside, and then we can get a better idea.
I had a delineation done in 2000 also
Yep,
to prove for that piece of property that we're talking about.
yep.
And I was outside the 100-foot buffer working.
That's
And
what
that's on file too. I showed it
That's
to
what
you
we're gonna
last.
be looking for.
It's on, you have it because I showed it to you last meeting.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
That one from the botanist?
yeah, that was a botanist, and it came in a
Well, it was a
semicircle.
delineation. It was again, I'm going back.
Right,
No.
I don't know where we're going with this, but everything I did was approved. And I stopped working there just because there was more things that the commission wanted me to do at the time in 2000. And if you're going back to 2008, I don't know why you're going back there, but that's beside the point. But I have not done anything wrong. I cleared what I could clear and what I got permission to do. So,
Well, we'll get the files. Nick, can you pull them, the 2008?
Yeah.
And we can look at that and come back at the next meeting.
Yes, so we'll need a continuance.
Yes.
yes, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate Garrett, you being here. I appreciate
All right,
you
thank
drawing.
you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan, for your patience.
All right. And finally, I believe, update on enforcement order for 220. Oh,
Thank you, you too.
225 Brockton Ave. Anybody? here
No
for
one.
that? Nobody's here for that?
I
So,
need two of these now.
Motion to adjourn.
no,
Oh,
absolutely not. 225 Brockton Avenue did not show up at the last meeting we had
And we-
in July. And we were pretty upset with the fact that we're being ignored.
We started
that
finding-
point of, like, they should be at this meeting?
They should, and we're required to be at this meeting, we're gonna be starting to find them.
Oh, no, we already started finding.
We already started finding, sorry.
Right?
Yeah, due to my schedule the past month, only one fine went out, but that fine did go out. $50, next one will be 100.
And that was
Nope.
per week, right? That's what I had written down.
Yeah,
That we had
the
agreed.
commission had approved me doing escalating weekly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, with me being away and then catching up from being away, I only got one out. So that $50 one went out. I'm happy to send the $100 one this week and proceed from there if you want.
They did go before the select board and they were allowed to have their business, but they were, I believe they were told to keep all of the cars out of that area. I'm gonna go back and watch the select board meeting to ensure that what I'm saying is correct, but I believe that's what it said.
Okay.
So if there's any cars parked in that area where the line has to be delineated, and especially where Stream River is right in eye view from the parking lot, I don't want to see any cars over there.
Yeah, I mean, if the commission would like me to make sure the select board's aware that the commission's unhappy with how they're operating under the select board license up
For a
there,
business owner, I mean, they
then I
came
can certainly
close.
pass that along
I
too.
would appreciate that because they were so willing to do whatever the select board said, but they've been ignoring conservation. This is 2 meetings now.
Do they
Yeah,
go before the select board again?
Yeah, they asked for some car permits, additional car permits.
So we should make our point to them before they go see the select board again.
oh, I don't know if they're scheduled to go before the select
No,
board
I don't
again.
think they're scheduled to
okay,
go
that's my
again.
question.
They
Yeah.
were there and they
They were-
got approval, but they were told to stay out of that area.
Yeah, they have a used car license, used car sale license, and a commercial garage license from the
Yeah.
select board,
Yeah.
which both those are just under the select board's authority.
You could give an official notification to the select board, we're not getting anywhere with them. They're not.
And are those new licenses to them?
The properties had them. I'm not sure if I think at least the commercial garage, they were there recently because the operator of the garage was changing.
So,
But I don't think, the properties historically has had those licenses. The name on the license might have changed.
so just out of curiosity, now that we've started issuing fines, putting more enforcement to it, are unpaid fines, do they end up going as a lien? I'm just thinking.
It would have to go through the court first. It's
just
not
thinking-
it's not a straight line.
These are
The,
non-criminal dispositions, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
is paying your water bill, I can't pull a
that's a much straighter line.
because I can't pull a permit if I have.
These are
outstanding-
completely different things.
Yeah, it's under a special act, and it's called non-criminal disposition, and
Okay.
it gives certain boards and local boards and stuff that have have bylaws, the ability to write tickets under those bylaws and issue fines. It's what
So
is it,
the
2D?
select board,
Something,
21D, yeah.
21D.
The select board, again, this is their authority, but it doesn't matter, they can deny a license for whatever reason they find viable. I mean, obviously, they have to be able to back it up. So they don't need to say you owe a fine to buy to restrict a license. They could call them in tomorrow if they wanted.
I just find it
But-
interesting always, we put these enforcement orders and there's a tendency of them being ignored and being dragged out and everything. Meanwhile, these properties are pulling building permits, business licenses, and other things. Versus if I have an obligation to the town, I can't pull a permit, why doesn't the enforcement orders fall in line with that is what my question is.
Yeah, I don't know if the select board's aware of this enforcement order.
Yeah, I'm
sure the people didn't go in and say, yeah, we ignored Concom, but we're here to talk to you. They said everything's great on the property and, you know, if the commission wants me to let the select board know that they're unhappy with it and think the license should be reconsidered, then I'm
Yeah.
happy to pass that along.
Yeah.
I know the select board's taken things like that seriously in the past and I wouldn't
They
fault
should
them
take
until they
this,
get the opportunity to address it.
Oh, I'm not-
Not to mention that 225 Brockton Avenue has been going on for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And the man who presented himself as the person who owned the property didn't own the property, and we didn't find that out until last fall, that he still hadn't purchased the property. So it's like, it's almost like a little shell game going on, and it's just not right.
Yeah, I think sometimes get people confused by the property owner and the business owner.
Right.
I think the business owner might have changed, but that doesn't change the property.
So, I mean, we need to establish who the property owner is, and if it's not the business owner, then, you know, I don't know what to say anymore.
Maybe we should also consider, we were, I think, trying to be very nice and doing $50 a week, then $100 a week.
Because we figured they'd show up by
Yeah,
tonight saying,
yeah.
hey, we showed them one fine, at least they'll know to show up this week and we can
Right.
settle it. But it
Maybe
seems
we
like-
need to go to
You
the
can go to the magistrate.
everyday fine,
If they don't pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$50 a day.
If they don't show, there is the ability for him to take it to a magistrate,
Good. Thank you.
if
That's
they
good
don't
to know.
pay. I have a quick question.
Yep.
How are minutes handled here?
Ha, good question.
Careful, you might be getting yourself into another job.
It is 10:30.
We used to have an administrative assistant before Nick came on board, and she got very delinquent in getting them done. And I assisted to a point, and then I was told that Nancy Hurst, who is the selectman's personal secretary, was going to start typing them up. And she has been doing some of them, but we're backlogged quite a ways, and, you know,
And she has a lot to do.
she does have a lot to do. She works for the town manager and the board of selectmen.
Yeah, she recently volunteered to take it on. She
Yeah.
did send one set over to me, actually just earlier today. It
Yeah.
was too late to be on this agenda.
Right.
But she's
I told her-
attempting to work back through them.
I told her I had the 4.5 meeting of January 2025 meeting. I said, I had that all done. I said, I know I still have them, or
No, you can, I'll
Just
remind
send them
me and
over?
I'll send it to Nick.
All right,
yeah.
I will.
Well, at least we'll get that one
I had
out.
that one done. That was the marathon, but this was.
Yeah,
this
and just
was
because
close.
Nancy's doing it, if we have a set prepared, the commission can still look at it and vote on it and
Yeah.
accept it.
Yep.
They don't all have to be Nancy.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with, if you have one ready to go, I don't see a reason for Nancy to do that too.
Right, and that would be great if we could get some help on that. But I also want to bring up one other point, and being the oldest member here,
By age, are you sure?
by age, I have been doing CPA and conservation on every Tuesday night when CPA starts up and goes forward all the way till March. I no longer can continue to do every Tuesday night from September through March. So I need to recuse myself from CPA. You know, just remove myself from that position. It's not a hard position, it's really easy giving away money. It's really nice to approve projects for the town, but it's just that, with my physical, issues as well as, you know, just being out every Tuesday night, I need to, step away from CPA. So therefore, somebody else has to take my place.
Anybody want to take her place? Give away money?
Give away money. Who doesn't like giving away money?
I wish I could, but I have a kid.
I know. I mean, that's how the bridge at Island Grove got that. You know, it's in the process. The bandstand, Arnold Park, they got the grant money from CPA.
We could buy land, right?
We could buy land,
Yeah.
conservation land. You know, we could have
Thanks for dropping stuff off.
open space.
That
Would be
really
nice
helps.
if they had some recommendations. I know Mr. Franny has a beautiful piece of property down along Progress Street he's willing to sell. Give him
I'd
town first dibs.
Stay out of talking about things that are under the
I'm
Concom's
sorry.
jurisdiction that aren't on the agenda.
I'm sorry, but I'm
Such as
just, I'm talking to
Concom land purchase.
CPA, right, I'm talking to CPA.
Yeah, but we're talking a Concom land purchase.
Sorry,
Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
I apologize. I withdraw what I just said. Anyway,
I'm CPA.
but
So if anybody is
Any other
interested in
complaints? Any other
doing that, it's a couple months.
it's,
6
from
months?
September through March. And quite honestly, I don't really feel like being out in the snow and rain.
Should we discuss about pamphlets being distributed
Yes,
at the?
Yes, we can
at
do
the
that
voting?
in the other business. So, elections coming up, and we normally have been putting those pamphlets out for people, so I'm thinking, you know, we could do that again. Oktoberfest is coming up as well, so it might be nice to have, I don't know, a table
Say
there.
if we have a little tent and a table,
Yeah,
Yep,
stand them out.
hand them out.
Have like a heavy computer, ask somebody to put their address in.
Look up your property on Mass Mapper.
Here's Mass Mapper, do you know,
Yeah.
do you know where your children, I mean, your
Where
wetlands
your
are?
wetlands are.
that's a good idea.
Okay.
It's a really good idea.
What day is election day? First
September 1st and November 3rd, I think, are the two dates.
But so, yeah.
Primary and actual.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, so
okay.
we'll get that.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Long meeting.